Good evening, everyone. Hope everyone is doing well. Good to see you. Welcome to the Stage of Reason here on Bridge the Divide. Oh, it's a wonderful Wednesday. Hope everyone is doing fantastic. Hope your week is going well so far. And if not, I hope the rest of your week is better. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I see a few people in the live chat. Let's say hi to them real quick before we dive right into things. I see Bellywood was here. I got the Bellywood seems to be the first one in the chat. And thank you, Bellywood. Says, yes, Grayson Davis has no evidence, just has insults. And he's been dealt with by the mods. I do appreciate that, Bellywood. If you happen to be here, thank you so much. Spam goes here is also in the house. Good to see you, Spam. Turtle Moves as well for so much obligatory alternative energy. Thank you so much, Turtle Moves. Do appreciate that. I also see Andrew's hanging out in the back. See Andrew. Juggernaut Jared Reed is here. Good to see you. Jinju as well. Lindsay Bow. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for being here. And to anybody else, if you haven't said hi yet, I appreciate you hanging out. And I do have to point out, Bellywood, thank you so much for timing out that troll. Apparently, Late Night Zeit, good to see you. Thank you so much. I hope we do have a good stream tonight. And I appreciate you timing out that Grayson Davis individual. Whoever it is, it is no subscribers, it hasn't been around that long, and just started like dropping comments all over my on the latest video. I dropped my latest video yesterday. I hope you all enjoyed it, and started dropping comments like all over the place, like on a bunch of my videos, repeating the same stuff over and over again, and it's just terrible. Even though they say that they're an atheist. Or they said that they're not a Christian, so I'm not really sure. But when I responded to some of them before it got too bad, before it went off the rails, they were apparently got really upset with the manner of my content, and so they took to first threatening or like alluding to the threat that alluding that I should be more careful because you never know like who you're like the person you're interacting with it might be psychotic or something like that. So kind of like the veiled threat that they were dangerous, and I had to shut them down. So I actually hid them. I hid their comments on the channel because they accused me directly of doing something terrible. So like a straight up like accusation that I'd done something bad. That I was a terrible person and it was gross. So I couldn't have that up. So I had to shut that. At first I laughed at him and then I shut it down. So I don't know who. The only Grayson I know is Grayson Hawk. And I haven't seen Grayson in quite a long while. So I don't know what's going on with him. But yeah. So I don't know who this person is or what made them so upset they refused to really talk about it. Made a few claims. I shut him down. It was kind of silly, but nonetheless, that was it. So I'm glad that the individual got timed out. If they pop up in the live chat, I'm kind of curious what they have to say. The comment that they made, I mean, I hid them so they can't comment on anything, but the stuff that they said in that comment, whoever this individual was really disgusting. So, and just patently absurd, so I don't know. I don't know who they are, but screw them. I guess you're going to get I have to admit, it's the first real, like, hardcore, like extreme troll that I've gotten in a while. So maybe I'm doing something right. And Caligonchick, good to see you as well. Sleep to you. Talk about, oh, yeah. I hope you have a good night. Definitely. I know what is it? Oh, yeah. It's deep. It's early morning where you are. What is it, like 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock where you're at? But I appreciate you being here. But yeah, someone with some serious issues. So, but appreciate everybody being here. And if you happen to be new here, welcome to the Stage of Reason. I am JL, and this is an open stage where we talk to believers about what they believe and why. We bring them up on stage, and 2 at night. Oh yeah, and we bring them up on stage and talk to them about what they believe and why. Whether it be like religion or theology or philosophy or science, whatever. I like to have these kinds of conversations because I think they're important conversations to have. If you were here for the last one on Sunday, we had a really decent conversation with a guy named Luke, who we found, who came over from the politics Discord, where I currently have currently setting up. I should have done this earlier because I was setting something else up. And let me see here. Whoop, I got to go find the command. But anywho, I was I think it was a pretty solid conversation that we had. I really do. I think we made some solid progress and had a good chat. So I'm really, really pleased with how that went. I would like to have more of those. And as soon as I get to here, yep, join to create. And it'll automatically create because it remembers me. I do love how they have it set up so that it remembers me. There we go. And all I have to do is link the stream and make sure that we know. And I'll put out feelers here in just a bit. All right, we're good to go there. Oh, we already have somebody in. How's it going, Coca Lol? I'm currently live on YouTube doing an open stage. And the purpose of this room is to kind of funnel people over there if they like to talk about what they believe and why. So the link is in the side chat. All right, got a couple people jumping in there, but I just opened the room, so we'll find out. So the kicker that I have here, so as you noticed, I actually put something a little bit different as far as the goal. Now, this is something fun, and this was actually my wife's idea, so I'm probably going to regret it. But the idea is this. Where we live, there was this store that we really like to shop at. And I'll explain the TikTok thing as well, Oat Milk. And NA, good to see you. Hi, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. And Oat Milk, good to see you as well. Thanks so much for being here. I'll explain that too. So I know Andrew's getting situated over there. Hopefully we'll get some people in there. Yeah, I mean, already 2 people came in, but but nonetheless. So near where we live, there was a store that was closing down. And well, actually, we were doing we done some demo on the property, and I needed to do a landfill run. So we were getting the landfill run done. So we drove out there, dumped a bunch of shit, and then we were coming back. And when we came back, we passed by the store that we usually like to shop at when we do our monthly stock ups, and they were closing. We had no idea. There was like the last few days, and we're like, oh, what's going on? And then everything in there was 50% off. So we're like, this seems like an opportunity. So we ran up in there, and we're grabbing a whole bunch of stuff, just like, because I mean, it was fantastic. Like the discounts were enormous. They were just clearing out the store, and we happened to get there at pretty decent point, so we could collect a bunch of stuff. So we came out of there with like 2 shopping carts full. It was really awesome. Nonetheless, that aside, my wife found me this, and this is Screaming Monkey salsa, and this is ghost pepper. Extremely hot salsa. It was the hottest one apparently they have. Like extremely hot stuff. So, and I haven't opened it yet. Nonetheless, my wife was like, you should eat that on a stream. And I'm like, you know what? I probably, yes, by grab was it Grablaw or like that hammer? What a savings. So it was quite a savings. Anyway, so I figured I could do this. And as a lot of you know, I have anosmia, so it no sense of smell, and it really reduces my sense of taste. So I typically like to eat spicy things like all the time. So like very rarely do I eat something and it doesn't have like some sort of like heavy duty salsa on there or heavy duty hot sauce. That sounds pretty hot. And to give you an idea, ingredients are tomatoes. Tomatoes, vine-ripened tomatoes, tomato juice, less than 2% of salt, citric acid, calcium chloride, garlic, onion, habanero peppers, ghost peppers, lime juice, and cilantro. And I'm not one of those ones that, that cilantro tastes like soap to me. So nonetheless, that's the hot stuff. So apparently super, super hot. Habaneros and ghost pepper combination. And she said you should eat that on the stream. It was like, well, maybe I'll turn it into a goal thing. So there is a goal set. And if we meet the goal on the stream, then I will see if I can. I'll see if I can survive, because there's very few things that I'm always looking for the hot thing. So, nonetheless, that's pretty much what's going on right now. We'll see. We'll test it and see just how hot it is. I A growing coalition of the American right are calling for the United States to invade the UK. Yeah, that would be insane. That's not going to happen. Yeah, that would be dumb. And I've even got my favorite Julio's. These are my favorite tortilla chips, like legit. So I love these things. They didn't have any of the hot Julio's chips, which are ghost pepper chips. They didn't have any of those. They just had the standard seasoned ones. But I do like Julio's. Julio's is really, really good stuff. So let's bring him up. Andrew.
Howdy,
there
howdy.
we go. Let me go ahead and set it like that. All right. So but yeah, that's what the goal is tonight. So, and I do want to say hi to Robin Webster. Good to see you, Robin Webster. Javers as well. Good evening to you. And I Killed Earl is here. Good to see you, I Killed Earl. Thanks so much for being here. And to answer Oat Milk's question, did I get the TikTok thing going? So this is where I'm currently at with the TikTok thing. I have the TikTok live studio downloaded. Apparently, the requirements to go live are 500 followers. But I was able to test it, and I think I went live on like earlier, like on my. I think I did. I'm pretty sure I did, although I'm not 100% sure. I'm kind of just. It's something new that I just downloaded, that I recently downloaded. And I'm still kind of like learning what it is. Now, the kicker is this: on StreamYard, I actually can simulcast to different platforms. I can simulcast to different platforms, and I just need the stream key. But I wasn't able to find the RTMP key, and the stream key over on the TikTok side. So I've partially got it kind of figured out. So I think I might be able to do that. But with two things going on, I can understand why like Justin and Planet Peterson, they have multiple people involved, I think is what it is. So to kind of like manage things, because it looks like it might be kind of complicated trying to two screen it. But I figured out a little bit of it, and I think I tested it, and I think I actually did like go live for like 5 seconds on TikTok. So I'm not 100% sure, but I still kind of like figuring it out. But I got to find that stream key and everything, the RTMP from the TikTok live studio, and I was not able to find that. The videos that I saw that said, hey, go look here, they weren't there. So I don't know. Primordial Puggles, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. Yeah, see, Caligonchik saying it's complicated. Contact Discord and set you up to do this. That would be awesome. Yeah. Pretty sure Justin is a one-man show. He just has 3 or 4 monitors. Oh, super fun. I have 2. Maybe I could get more, maybe I could. I mean, if I needed to, I could set up. I think I could set up to a 4 monitor deal. But yeah, I have to figure it out. So I made some progress on the TikTok front as far as doing that right now. So I think for this one, going to have to subsist off of what we can pull off Discord and anybody who happens to be here on YouTube watching us. So if you are a believer and are interested in providing a defense for the hope that exists within you, or would like to present some evidence or an argument, we'd love to have you up on stage. And so all you have to do is click the link that is pinned in the side chat. It's down there at the bottom. And after a quick tech check, we can bring you up and we can have a chat. I think that would be a lot of fun. So apparently Justin has a crazy setup. Yeah, okay, yeah. He's described his machine as a beast, and I believe it. Because I'm not a 15-year-old playing Fortnite. Thank you so much, Rodent No Last Name. Yeah, that's true. I guess we'll have to figure it out. So, what's going on with you, Andrew?
Regular life. Yeah. It's just craziness. Yeah. Besides that, the extracurricular, it's kind of keeping me busy. You?
Yeah, just was working on stuff here. Dropped my latest video yesterday and cut something new that I think I'll drop. It's not a created content. Well, technically, it's I clipped some stuff and I'm going to use that as well. But yeah, it's pretty much. I would say Spam goes just, I think John just recently bought a new rig to do everything, so he might have some insight also, or at least remember requirements. Not only about the hardware, but the software he uses is crazy as well. So much. It should be so much easier. It should be easier.
It should be more software than hardware, and frankly, the requirements, I wouldn't imagine they're that high. It's just getting the right modules to interconnect.
OBS has such a pain in the ass learning curve. Well, at least it used to. That's why I went to StreamYard instead.
I use OBS for all of mine for what little I do.
Crazy. Yeah, I more than likely would need someone to like walk me through this and see what I could do. So TikTok made it harder on purpose so lazy people would use TikTok Studio only. Oh, okay. Why do I feel like this is not going to end well? I just have that. I have the distinct feeling it's not going to end well.
No, I got a bad feeling about this.
I got a bad feeling about this. You always say that. You always say you got a bad feeling about this.
Yep.
Canadian Ollie Man's here. Good to see you, Ollie Man. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. All right. Well, until we get somebody in the chat, let me see here right quick. I'm wondering if I could. Let me see if I did this. Hang on a sec. Let me switch to where am I at? Where am I at? I'm gonna turn that off. Test. Good. Okay, I'm there. I'm wondering if that would be easier. I could do. Let's see. Remember how I did it on. Yeah, I streamed it out over. I don't. Man, it's been such a minute since I did the Stage of Reason. But I was in there and I just like full stream. So if I did, let me see this. How's it going, Powerful? Currently letting you know we're live on YouTube over on the YouTube side. The link for that is in the side chat if you'd like to join the stage. Something to talk about on the live stream. So yeah, but I'm not streaming Discord. I'm streaming via on YouTube. So like I said, the link is in the side chat. And thank you so much, NANA, for gifting 10 memberships to the Godless Army. I do appreciate that, sir. You rock. Welcome all the new members. Please enjoy the custom emojis I've made for you, and of course, the channel badge. So thank you so much for that support. And if you are interested in supporting the channel, it is 99 cents a month for channel memberships. That's never going to change. So that's pretty much what I value my content at. Is like pretty much $1 a month, and you can support the channel that way. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much, NANA. I'm kind of nervous about potentially hitting this goal. I really am. I got my bowl. Ready to go. But I don't want to pop this salsa until I know I'm going to be eating it. Let's see. Well, I've got it linked. Let me see if I can seduce. This is wild. A growing coalition of the American right are calling for the United States to invade the UK. Obviously, that would be a tremendous violation of Article 5, and would just be like literally world war. So I have no idea what anybody would want. I mean, why this would be a thing. Because if we attacked a fellow NATO ally, automatically all the other NATO allies, and that automatically dissolves Article 5, and everybody descends into it as all the other members of NATO then go after the person who did the attacking, which would just be insane. NA for 666 is, how do I get you to that goal? And there will be, okay, so I set the goal at 20 super chats. The amount doesn't matter. I don't like to put like a prohibitive cost thing on that one, but 20 super chats of any value, and it would get me to the goal, is what it is. So thank you so much, NA. I appreciate that. But it's part of that. Like it's on the YouTube. It's like I have the goal set. So, and Steve64, good to see you, Steve. Thanks so much for being here. But yeah, I'll be keeping track of them. So if we get, and it's like I said, it's any amount. So, but if like 20 super chats come through, I will see if I can burn my face off. Ollyman says, do you think the existence of clerics that cast spells after praying to a deity proves that God exists, or do you think that clerics are just tapping into some other version of arcane magic? That cast spells after praying to a deity proves that God exists. I'd have to have evidence that they're actually casting a spell and not just going through the motions and thinking that something is going to happen or relying on confirmation bias. I think that would be it. So, and Annie, thank you so much for $1 for the $1 super chat. Thank you. No message. So obviously there are people out there that believe that deities exist and that they can cast spells by invoking them, a la like, the craft or whatever. But thank you, Anna, for the $1 super chat. I think he's going to nickel and dime us there. So I would say that mic is hot. Yeah, my mic's hot in the Discord, right? Yeah, I know. I unmuted myself there because I had it on push to talk and I was getting really annoying. Because when I'm not looking, I'll hit the caps lock, and it's just, if I hit it too many times in a row, I get a notification off of it. So this is super annoying. So I honestly don't know what they would be trying to distract us from at this point. I mean, it's one thing after another. Probably distracting us from, I don't know, it could be a distraction from the fact that Iran just bent us over completely with the $300 billion that we'll be paying them, on top of an $80 billion war that we started, and an $80 billion unjust war that we dropped $80 billion to do a whole bunch of damage. And now they're coming out of it more profitable and with a $300 billion reconstruction effort on behalf of the United States. So they come out better than they were, and we come out worse with $300 billion taken from the American taxpayer to rebuild the damage we did. So yeah, and still no agreement on no known agreement regarding their nuclear program. So I there's been no details that have been released. Apparently, all the details are supposed to come out on Friday, but then Jesus saves on a D20 versus Dispel Magic. Not only does Jesus save, Jesus takes half damage. Yeah, so it was just an awful deal that completely screwed us. I have no idea, what's going to come of that. I mean, that's just the insanity that's going on there. I do know that as far as that goes, I do know that recently that Oklahoma voted once again against its best interests by voting no, by the vast majority voting against raising the minimum wage here in Oklahoma. The minimum wage here in Oklahoma is the federal minimum wage, $7.25. And when states like Missouri and Arkansas have higher than us, have higher minimum wages than we do, that's just bad. So once again, and the party line was that raising the minimum wage would hurt small businesses and farmers. And that's a lie. The actual translation to that is raising the minimum wage would help to break the system that was built to keep the populace, keep the vast majority of people at a disadvantage. So once again, voted against their best interests in order to do that. How's it going, Kyle? We're currently live on YouTube. The link to join the stage is in the side chat. If you're a believer and like to talk about what you believe and why. So yeah, so I know, Oklahoma's not doing great, which is probably why my wife and I are going to be leaving here soon. As soon as we get done with the stuff that we want to do around this property. Kind of waiting for what's going to happen with real estate, because real estate market is pretty wild at the moment. So if it spikes a bit, we may be able to turn once again turn a tidy profit on this property like we did back in Texas. Yeah. Once wore a roll for initiative shirt in a church, they did not find it funny. I imagine that they wouldn't. Let's see. I guess what we can do while we are waiting for a believer. Let me see here real quick. So I know that NA, let me see, 18? Yeah. So 17 now. So it's like 17 away from the goal because there's 3 in. So 17 away from the goal. The whole point. Oh, Point Relative. Thank you so much, Point Relative. For $2 says, NA, you're not alone. No, you're never alone when you're here. So thank you so much, Point Relative, for the $2 super chat. Like I said, we hit it's just 20. No set amount. I don't like putting paywalls and stuff like that. But if that's the whole point. We'll see what happens. I have no idea. I've never tried this before. It could be totally bland. It could knock my socks off, which is what I'm hoping it does. I'm really hoping it does. It should be fun. But until then, I guess we could review some content. We could do a review while we are waiting. To see if we get a believer to come up and talk about what they believe and why. We just tore apart Ken Ham's nonsense on Sunday. And thank you so much, Steve6464. How can anyone make a living for only $7.25? They can't. Legitimately, they cannot. Cost of living has gone up so much, even in an extremely rural state like Oklahoma, that it's become it's estimated by the year 2030 that they will right now in Oklahoma, making minimum wage only, a person cannot afford a Happy Meal, because a Happy Meal outprices that. In Arkansas and Missouri, they can, because they've increased their minimum wages. But yeah, honestly, what needs to happen is the federal government needs to raise the federal minimum wage, and that will force all the states to move up and meet that. That's the only way to get like red states who are adamant against people actually making money and being able to live normal lives. That's the only way they're going to be able to make that money, is if the federal government raises the minimum wage like they did from $5 to $7.25 back in the I think it was like 2000. When was that? Oh, I can't remember. I remember I was working for GameStop at the time. NA for $2. Thank you so much, NA. Appreciate that. I saw Jessica is here. Good morning, Jessica. I've got a cold, so I'm taking a day off of work. We'll rest up. Hope you feel better soon. Pennsylvania, the minimum wage is still $7.25, right? So you can't buy happiness unless it's a combo meal with a kid's toy included. It used to be Cracker Jack box. That was amazing when they actually had good prizes.
No, that's how they hand out driver's licenses, apparently.
Oh, yeah. So nonetheless, it's like I said, things are like up in the air. Shane Horton. Oh, thank you so much, Shane Horton. I appreciate you being here. Says you rock jail. Only recently discovered your videos and have learned so much. Thanks for all you do. Thank you. Appreciate that, Shane, very much. You rock. Espresso Jack, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Just saw your vid today. Glad you did another. Thank you. Yes, I'm back on the creating content train. So I knew I needed to get back into it. Okay, I can tell you this. Converted from dollar reduced to freedom units. The Australian minimum wage is $17.50. Nice. The reason I've been off is because, I haven't been doing created content. It's about mindset. Okay, sitting here and being able to go through the editing process. When I do one of my videos, they typically run in between 20 and 30 minutes long. Sometimes they go a little longer, sometimes a little bit shorter, but typically in between 20 and 30 minutes long. Editing one of those down, like editing and get them to where I want, usually takes anywhere between, it could take between 8 to 12 hours to make sure that I get it done and I get all the assets in and I handle like, all if I'm doing like effects or I'm doing pictures or I'm doing like clips and getting everything done usually takes in between and sourcing all the stuff and making sure that I'm cleared. That takes time. Usually the editing a standard video takes typically anywhere between 8 and 12 hours. Recently, as I've mentioned, and thank you, Point Relative, for $5. As I've seen people living in tents in Oklahoma City, living the American dream with this minimum wage. Oh yeah, it's awful. It's absolutely awful. So, I have, if I could pay one what they are worth, regularly to do that. So I don't have enough to put someone regularly on the payroll is the problem, and so. Like I said, if the channel were large, my channel's growing, like I said, I think last I checked, I'm 25 away from 15K. If I get into the 20 to 25,000 area, I may be able to start doing that. Maybe it's possible, but an editor would be super helpful. But nonetheless, most of you are aware that I'm currently dealing with my insurance company regarding my back, and sitting in the chair. Sitting here at the desk for 10 or more hours doing editing, and it just became untenable. So I wasn't able to like get up, and I would have to get up and move around because my lower back is just jacked. And I'm trying to get the MRI done and all this stuff, and the insurance company's screwing me around, and it's just nuts. So it's deeply problematic. Give me one sec. How's it going, y'all? We're currently live on YouTube. If you're interested in joining the stage, the link is in the side chat. So, I wasn't able to sit for long periods of time, and I'd have to get up and keep moving. But my back was just like right now. My pain is about at a 5. I would say right now, in between a 4 and a 5, I can manage. But there are certain days it spikes, like I would say 7, 8. It's not gotten to the extreme point where I haven't been able to walk. Okay, but I can say it's not great. And so trying to get that sorted. I know that it's beginning to affect the way I walk because my body is trying to overcompensate. I was trying to compensate for the pain. And so I need to get into the doctor to be able to handle this. But sitting down for long periods of time was becoming untenable. And so that was the issue that I was having. And so I have like I said, I've got like 15 scripts written because I was still writing. I could write much faster than I edit. So I was still finding videos and responding to them and writing scripts, but I hadn't done any of them yet because sitting and recording and doing all this stuff, it was just I tried and it was just taking it out of me completely. And I would get up, I'd move around. It was, it's just, and I wasn't in the right headspace to deliver the content that I wanted to. So instead of giving you bad content, I wanted to give you solid content, which is why the latest video, I was not on camera. The fastest way I could do that was just record the audio and then just drop the audio. That went so much faster than doing it live. Because when I'm live, I have to do all this. I have to do all the syncing, and then I have to make sure I have the right takes. And then I cut out all the extraneous stuff, and I add those up. And so it takes a lot more time. Not to mention the lighting, sound, make sure everything is solid. With just recording audio, so much easier. So that's why I did it that way. But I'm on camera for the next one, and I hope you all will enjoy it. But nonetheless, that's just where I'm currently working at. But yeah, I need my insurance company to get their head out of their asses. And of course, I have United. So take from that what you will. Well, thank you so much, Espresso. I help you push your channel. I've recently got into joining the Atheist community channels. I'll give you a shout out where I can. Your content's one of my. Oh, appreciate that. Thank you, Espresso. Really, that means a lot. Subscribe so JL can hire me. Thank you, Earl. And BV, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. And Calico, I'm not a good editor. I'll work for a burger, but I'll work for burger. Burger. Ooh, burger does sound good. Shane Horton says, you haven't made a bad video yet, man. Don't sell yourself short. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Luigi's fighting for you. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. When he's not in my house that night eating pizza. So, but yeah, it's pretty much it. It's just trying to make sure that my health-wise, I'm okay. Like, I'm solid. Just my back has been an issue since junior high when I initially injured it. And of course, I had to be a tough kid. I had to be like a tough guy, in Texas and not rehab it. And now I just turned 46 and I'm just like, and now I'm really paying for it. So I got to get in there and get that MRI done so I can fix this. And Annie, thank you so much for 666. Just congratulations on 50K just around the corner. I remember when you hit 1K, The Passion of the Christ is basically a snuff film. Is this now 13 left? 12 left. 12 left, good sir. Yeah, 12 left. I'm not clearing them. I have there's 8 so far. So we're offended. You're offended. Hey, JL, do you do debate reviews? I have done debate reviews. Yes. The last one I did was PhD Tony versus Kent Hovind. If I come across one that really, really interests me, I will do a review of it. Or if it's one that I think I did particularly well in, I'll do a review of that. So. Oh, Primordial says, keep with, I too will be able to walk pain-free soon. I really hope so. It became like seriously, chronic pain becomes such like a part of your identity. And it's hard for people. It's hard for people to identify with what you go through unless they go through something similar or they feel it themselves. I remember the day. And this is just, and I also mod debates as well. I remember the day that one day my wife, my lovely wife, who we've been together forever, she twisted her back, lower back, okay, and it basically floored her, just like and she had to work it out and rehab. It wasn't terrible, it wasn't permanent. She's fine now, but when it initially happened and like the next day, like the pain had really set in, she asked me, she was like, is this what you feel like every day? Like when she was having difficulty standing up, difficulty straightening her legs, getting her legs up underneath her and standing up like this. It's just like, is this what you feel like every day? I was like, yeah, it's every day. And she was like, and you could see when she finally recognized it, and it was so validating in that respect. It was kind of like, you understand. And thank you so much, NANA, for gifting 5 memberships to the Godless Army. I do appreciate that. You rock. Lying because I seem in decent health. And so, yeah, we get used to it. We acclimate to the pain, which is why a lot of people just can't identify with it unless they feel it themselves, because we acclimate. On a daily basis, like on an average day, I would say I'm operating at about a 4. I say a 3 or 4. Every day is like just getting up and doing my normal stuff. I'm operating at about a 3 or 4, and I don't take painkillers. I don't. I don't take opioids. I don't. At best, I'll take aspirin. I'm on aspirin now, just because I'm old and I need to make sure that my heart health stays up. But I don't take. I'm not big on painkillers, and so you just kind of acclimate. You just kind of deal with it, and so I get that. People are like, well, you don't look in pain. It's like, I am. Consistently. I had a migraine for 30 years. Chronic pain stinks. I've learned to mask it. Yeah, we learned to mask it. That's right. Bent up. Hola. Good to see you. ¿Cómo estás? I hope you're doing well. Let's see here. We're offended. You're offended. Said, okay, thank you. I had a debate with someone about the contingency argument and was curious about how better to dismantle that argument. So if they're talking about how the contingency argument, if they're saying that, how best to break that down, Andrew, because I feel like I'm leaving you in the cold.
Oh, you're kind of flying at cruising speed, so good to let you rocket. But yeah, contingency. Basically, they try to take the natural intuition we have of trying to attribute causes to things
Right.
that we experience, typically in the external world, and they try to imagine that in a chain. So they try to give the idea that one state is always dependent on the previous state, and then it's a question about trying to find out. Well, wait a second. Does that like not have to bottom out somewhere? And that's where they start the assumption is assuming it has to bottom out, which
Right.
implies the first cause. So contingency is saying that, for instance, my mug is made of constituent parts to my awareness. Like I've made a mug before, so I could understand I had not mug, and then at some point in the process, including me putting the product into the kiln, it gained mugness. Now that is a gray line that, of course, I'm the one who determines when it crosses the boundary, and I granted mugness. But that's the idea of contingency, is saying, well, I can't have this if it wasn't for that. So they're going to go down to an idea, well, there's got to be, like, where's the bottom to make the whole chain work? So they're assuming a bottom. So that's the idea, is that they think that it has to come into that kind of order. And the typical things you run into is people who have a problem with infinite regress being a possibility.
Right.
So that's if they acknowledge it at all. And then you run into a composition division fallacy. That's the key one. It's saying, yes, we understand that stuff is in a state of flux. So that, which is my mug, all that stuff was already there. It just took a shape and I gave it a name and I called it mug. But at no point do I see stuff coming out of absolute nothingness. So that's like to say that the shape of that which is in the universe may be contingent on prior states, but the existence of all of reality itself has yet to be established. And that's usually where it fails.
Good, solid critiques as far as Woyo. So Woyo, good, solid critiques against it is one, special. You could go the special pleading route, that the argument exempts God from the rule that everything must have an explanation, creating an exception to support the conclusion. You could do what I do and do the necessary universe. I typically argue that the universe itself, or that which is the fundamental building blocks of the universe, are what are necessary, are what the necessary uncaused existence, which removes the need for a conscious deity, because the only thing that you're removing from that is telos. And so, and even the idea of like randomness kind of goes out the window in that. Like, well, how do you explain the odds of us getting to this point? It's like those odds don't apply unless there's an intentionality to try and achieve a goal by an agent that doesn't have control over the odds. And so it takes that out, like humanity is a goal, or that life itself on this planet is a goal. Or you could even bring up, and I've heard that the quantum question comes up, and that some people argue that modern quantum mechanics challenges the kind of like what Andrew brought up, the intuitive cause and effect models, and suggesting that they suggest certain events like particle fluctuations happen without deterministic causes. So there's a number of ways to go about it, go about addressing it. The necessary universe is the one that I sit on, because there's no logical contradiction in the universe itself being necessary. There's it's the most parsimonious, because it doesn't require any assumptions being made, because we have access to the universe. The universe is a thing that exists, and we're not assuming anything beyond that, or even asking if there's something outside the universe, which, is not even a statement that really makes sense. And so there's never like I said, that's why I prefer the necessary universe is the one that I go after. So I hope that helps out.
Yeah, for quantum indeterminacy, I've got a different view on that in as much as they count it for probability's sake as being indeterminable. And that's kind of a statement more of where we are. We don't have a way to model it in a meaningful way. So it's treated as random in that sense.
Right.
So there's always that room to go, is our ignorance a reason for something, or is this basically like a bucket that we put things into for classification purposes to just describe a region where we don't have high expectations of where it can lead us? So I prefer the humble approach of saying that it's an us problem. It's not, it's something that I would hinge a declaration on how existence truly is.
People by and large really want to feel special and that their existence is intended, because that it alleviates a lot of the responsibility for their existence. It puts it on something else. And so like it's a lot of work and a lot of personal reflection and a lot of gut check moments and a lot of failure in determining what the purpose is for one's own life. Honesty, internal, like being honest with oneself, going after, like, not to mention, especially in a world that doesn't readily support or give a lot of opportunities for people to do what they love for their, throughout the course of their life. And so it's so much easier to pass these responsibilities off to something else, to say that the responsibility for, or let's say the purpose for one's life that is dictated to them is far easier to accept and than anything that they could come up with themselves, or it's somehow more meaningful. But I hold that a dictated purpose is less meaningful than one that is self-determined, because self-determination goes along with one's identity, confirming that instead of having one's identity dictated for them. So, but nonetheless, Point Relative, thank you so much for the $1. Appreciate that. It says they shoehorned in that everything made is necessary, otherwise it wouldn't, and contingent on a necessary being. Right. And we could say that the necessary being going all the way back could be the universe itself, or the fundamental building blocks of the universe that are what are necessary. I hold that the universe itself is brutally contingent, that the universe doesn't necessarily have to exist, but it does. It could have existed in another way, but it exists in this one, and that there is no underlying explanation of this. And that's a rejection of the PSR, which is not really problematic in philosophy at all. Hey, AA Batteries is hanging out. Good to see you, AA. Doing good, just live on YouTube at the moment. People can't hear you, just giving you a heads up, but just live on YouTube, hoping for a believer to come up on the stage and talk with us. Yeah, I need to find one. Let me see. So, we're halfway to the goal. We're halfway to the goal. Spam says there's also a ton of scale bias here. Everything we interact with on a human level has a cause. We don't have to deal with relativity or quantum effects or gravitational fluxes. Great. We're offended. It says correct. If you, I could send it to you. I came across you dismantling the tag with Speakeasy. Yeah, tag is super easy because tag is just begging the question at its core. It's just ultimately what it is. It's why tag doesn't work. No matter, and that's why you get the yeah, sure. You can connect with me on Discord and you can message me anything you like. Lemmy, Lemmy is necessary being. Yes, Lemmy is God. Believers too scared, jail. They could be wrong and they aren't willing to roll the dice. Well, I mean, true, it's possible. I did have the one guy, Luke, on the last live stream was a pretty solid conversation, and he listened, which was refreshing. I actually think Juggernaut Jared Reed just sent me. I actually think I downloaded that. Let me skip to the ad via Discord. Let me see about this. Oh, AA is not going to work here. I gotta jump back to my room, see who is up in here. See, AA is here, and St. Carlos says no God, so atheist. Yeah. Oh, wow. And thank you so much. We're offended. You're offended for the $5 super sticker or 5 Canadian super sticker. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And NANA for $2. Thank you so much. Closing in on that goal. 7 away. 7 away from that goal. We will get there. And let me get that and make sure we're solid. 8 away. 8 away from the goal. 8 away from the goal. I miscounted. So I appreciate that. Oh, and look at that. Bent Up for $10. Says thank you. Thank you, Bent Up. I do appreciate that. Very generous. Thank you so much for that super chat. Now it's 7 away. Now it's 7 away. Oh, they really want me to burn my face off. They really, really do. Yeah, if I hit the goal on the live stream, I'm going to I got this ghost pepper habanero hot sauce that I've never tried, and we're going to see what kind of damage it does. Because I love spicy stuff, but we're going to see if it actually hurts. It should be fun. At least I'm hoping. I haven't been able to find them here where I live. I'd probably have to order it online. You got it. That is how it works. That's why the link is in the side chat. Let me go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and mute up real. I got to mute up here real quick. And oh, look at them doing that. So I think there lays jail. We hardly knew he. Christian nationalism is 100% a threat to democracy, even if it would be a Christian theocracy, because there will always be non-Christians. They would have to enforce it by. Yep, exactly. It just by the tenets of it. It is by the tenets of Christian nationalism. It is a direct threat to democracy. No, close that. Close that. Got to get Edge off of this shit. Give me 1 second. I've got. Where is that? Juggernaut Jared already sent me this link. And I'm going to copy that. Because I think I actually may have pulled this to do. And he says, can't explain it, but I love spicy too. I enjoy the burn. I do. I truly do. Not to mention, my allergies have been kind of killing me as of recent, just because it's just pollen season. And so this may actually open me up. Andrew, I think it's going to get me. I'm actually a little concerned.
Sorry, things were getting very tossy over in Discord for a moment there.
I see that. Got several people in there.
Yeah, like toss violation wise. So yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They decided to go all homophobe.
Damn, really?
Yeah.
Well, that's no good.
Nope. And it's also no longer present. Look at that. Regulation. We have attained.
All right, let me see here. Move this.
So apparently we're going to be turning into a Hot Ones episode, are we?
Apparently.
Now,
I think it's going to be fun.
You know, there's already been references to snuff film, so do make sure you've got milk and other, you know.
Oh, I won't need the milk.
Handy. Now, keeping in mind, like this is from the jar that you shared with us at the start, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So with that in mind, like that ingredient list had like tomatoes like way up the top and like 3 other things long before you hit habanero. So frankly, my expectations, I gotta say, are proportionately low.
Let's see.
On the threat radius.
Karis 2030, good to see you. Says I would like to talk about my belief, but they are a bit weird thanks to how I grow up. Now, people are more than welcome to join the stage. If you are new here, the link is open to anybody who'd like to join. If you're a believer and you'd like to talk about what you believe and why, or provide evidence or argumentation to support your belief, we'd love to hear that. And people are more than welcome to come up. So if you want to, you don't have to be on camera to be on. You don't have to be on camera to be on the stage, but we do need to be able to hear you. So. Oh, awesome. Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate that. We're offended. Thank you so much. And let me pop back over to here and make sure that we are. Oh, good. Yep. Trump says he pushed for the Iran deal to avoid an economic catastrophe on par with the Great Depression. Oh, he's just now getting that? That's hilarious. Make sure that link is up there. And we can hold that. And Shane says, I know this is a matter of opinion, but why do you think internet Orthodox Christians are so enthralled with tag? For whatever about orthodoxy, tag seems to stand in opposition to that. I would say that ortho bros, this is a big thing. The vast majority, from what I've encountered, and I'm not saying this is an indictment of all of them, but the vast majority of the ortho bros that I've encountered are definitely they fall down on that, because I don't think that they're that versed in the religion that they say they hold to. Those that are versed in their religion, I don't think that they hold to that. They don't really bring up tag. They're more about falling down on like apostolic succession and talking about like, that these things are, came directly from Jesus, to the apostles. So I think that it's become, I think at this point, the people jumping on tag is just about how obnoxious they can be, is what it's really come down to. So if there's like an ortho bro that drops tag on you, they're not there to have a conversation. Anyone at this point who's familiar with tag knows why it fails. And so that's why every single ortho bro or every single like tag proponent or precept that I've engaged with, they always try to overtalk you. They gish gallop. They do everything they can to try and dominate the stream or dominate the conversation, and they won't let you ask questions or clarify anything, because it's never about having a conversation. It's about shutting the mouths of the unbelievers. And so I've had conversations with legitimate Orthodox Christians that I've never had a problem with, that they will listen and they will present their stuff back and forth. But yeah, it's just the internet. It's just internet nonsense. So. All right. So I think the precept opossum. Yeah, I like that. The precept opossum. I can do, where'd it go? So this one came from Juggernaut Jared Reed. I have to go to my desktop. And I'm pretty sure, did I have this one? Atheist versus Christian debate. So it looks like it was something like God, morality, evolution, and more. It's a 21-minute video. So apparently this looks like someone doing like a street preacher engaging with a non-believer. Ironton Auditor, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Says, glad I could catch you live, JL. Hello to you in the chat. Good to see you, Ironton. Appreciate you. And I can pull it up here.
So it's repenting and coming back.
So I don't know where this is starting, but obviously this is a believer talking to a non-believer. So Terry, awesome, fantastic. Presuppopotamus. Oh, I like that too. Oh, we do have someone in the back, so I can actually like put this down for just a moment. Exponential sets. Are you able to hear me? Just let me know in the side chat or in the private chat that you're able to hear me, that my audio is coming through. Yes, excellent. And I saw you pop on camera. You don't have to be on camera for the stage. Appreciate you being here. What brings you up today?
Yes. I want to try to bridge that divide on why faith is required to be able to interact or have an interaction with a God figure. And I'm
can you do
from a
me
position.
X? Can you do me a big favor? You're coming in really, really kind of quiet. Are you able to turn or get closer to your
There we
mic?
go. Is that a little bit better?
That is perfection. Thank you. And really quick, NA, thank you so much for the 5 memberships, gifting 5 memberships to the Godless Army. Appreciate that support. You rock. All right, now go ahead, X. Sorry about that. So you were saying about faith.
Yes. Trying to. I have a thought on it, and by all means, it's helped me kind of drill down into it because I have my own biases and all that stuff, and I want to try to get an honest thought about it. But sorry, going from the idea is that you have the conscious mind and you have the subconscious mind, and at all times the subconscious mind is kicking out a bunch of noise, and I guess to use an LLM model to represent the idea is that you have your hidden weights that are going on the subconscious, and then the conscious mind is just the output layer on it, and you don't quite know what's going on underneath the hood. So yeah, the subconscious kind of is a byproduct, uses religion and uses faith as a communication layer, as a form of, I don't know, language to try to make it signal as loud as it can be to the output layer, that conscious mind. And that's the gist of it. It's not really a well thought out kind of a state, but I've been watching your last videos, and it's kind of been something that popped in my mind.
Well, and good to see you, Sir Equinox. Appreciate it. And We Are DNA. Good to see you as well. Thanks so much for hanging out with us today. So, from my education, understanding what we mean by subconscious mind is that it's the part of your brain that processes information and stores memories that are active, that are outside of your active awareness. And so it functions as an automatic mental kind of like autopilot that controls your vital bodily functions, learned habits like driving and eating and stuff like that, using utensils like that, all these learned habits you have, and your emotional responses. This is evidenced by fMRI experimentation that shows how the brain decides things before you're actively aware of what's going on. So, like, if you make a choice, like if you have to choose between red and blue, like if I put the choice in front of you, choose between red and blue. Before you actively are aware that you're making a choice, like you've chosen blue, before you're actively aware of it, your brain has already made a choice. Or if I say like left or right, so your brain's already aware of it. So all of that stuff is happening automatically. Kind of, if you think about it in like computer terms as an analogy, it's like foreground processes and background processes is essentially how that works. I don't see the need to kind of like apply anything more to it as far as like its function goes.
And I'll keep running with that. So when you say between red and blue, then when the subconscious like kind of distills that, hey, we're going to favor blue, how it communicates to that that blue is the choice will appear in whatever pre-memories that you have with that are most strongly associated with blue. And so you would think of the blue sky, or have like that time that you're wearing blue or something like that, and then that would bias you towards choosing that blue consciously, because you would have those associations come to mind.
Right. You may have like between the two colors presented to you, you may have a personal favorite amongst them, or you may favor one color over the other, and that's all memory and preference. These are all things that are accessed by your subconscious prior to you making an active decision, being aware of that decision. So that would be that's essentially what kind of sums up subconscious mind in that respect. And one thing I'm curious about when you mentioned, and I do have to address this. Primordial Puggles, thank you so much for the 20 Australian. For the goal, got to get me browse done soon, but I'll be listening. Thank you so much. It's going into lurk mode. You rock, Primordial. Appreciate that. And we're apparently 5 away from the goal. 5 away from the goal before I burn my face off. Should be fun. So when you bring up faith, something that always crosses my mind is how deeply problematic it is. I'll ask you a couple of questions here to see what your thoughts are. Would you say it is possible for someone to unknowingly put their faith in something that is detrimental?
Yes, because we don't have any foresight. So
Right, yeah.
the detrimental part would be the conclusion, and we are terrible about predicting what's going to happen in a second later.
Right. Would you also say it's possible that a person can change their fundamental positions their fundamental faith positions based upon the information that they get? Like someone switching from one religion to the other, like from Christianity to Islam, or from Judaism to Christianity, or from Christianity to Buddhism, that based upon their information, they can swap their position entirely, their faith position. Would you say that that's possible?
Yes, but information is doing a heavy lift on that proposition.
Okay. And would you say it's possible for a person's faith position to be manipulated without them realizing it?
Yes.
Okay. Given the answers to these, the biggest issue that I have with faith, with the concept itself, is that it's not an appropriate tool for epistemology, meaning it's not appropriate for deriving truth outside of personal preference or like emotional validation.
Yes.
A person can essentially, a person can take any position they want on faith, and they can hold that. So there is no position, like at all. There's no position or proposition that you could come up with that a person cannot hold as being true, on that they could not hold as being true without you, or that there is no position that a person cannot hold as being true without, am I saying that right? I want to make sure I'm saying that right. There is no proposition that a person cannot hold as true on faith alone. They can hold any position they want, any proposition whatsoever, if they're only using faith, which is really problematic, which is why we see faith so consistently challenged by evidence and what we can determine to be true about external reality. Would you, in that sense, would you say that faith is useful in any stretch of the imagination, or?
Yeah, as far as any tool is better than no tools. However, every tool has its own risk reward with it, and if you blindly ignore the risks of the tool, then you will be hurt.
So you'd agree that faith alone, not a great mechanism, that some sort of evidentiary standard, some sort of epistemological standard that is consistent, and that faith should be supplemental to that, not replacing that.
Yes, in a sense that where my mind goes with your statement is that if you want to achieve great things that are well outside our individual reach, faith alone would not be able to get it there, because there are so many undefined, and there's so many risks about the tool, that faith is. You could achieve a lot of good survival skills about it, but to be able to achieve a I don't know, I want to say harmony amongst a large group of people, you wouldn't be able to make a good prediction about how they would react, because everybody has their own individual definition on so many things that are faith related to achieve a large interaction. Like, that's why the pipe dream of having the Christian nationalist agenda is just that. It's too much. Everybody would find their own winners and losers and try to define their own way to make themselves a winner. And you can't really align everybody's goals together, because as you align goals, you are defining the underbelly of it all. And people are going to argue about that underbelly definition, because they have that faith, because they use their own unique definitions. And if you try to, because there are some people whose dream is to have a farm and grow crop and make bread, and other people's are to reach out to the stars and to tame the universe. And those are two wildly different things, and they're against each other's interests. And if you use faith, the farmer would argue that you shouldn't tame the universe. That's up to their faith. And the person that wants to see the universe would argue against the farmer for saying that we are too vulnerable at such a I don't know, incapable stage that we're at. And I say that in a sense that we're like we're we're a level 0 civilization. Like, we really can't survive much of anything.
I think my biggest issue in that, when you're bringing out, I'd like that you brought up that the subjective things that are typically argued over, and a faith position can get people into some serious binds, because they are entirely subjective. They are based upon emotional validation. And if you challenge someone's position that emotionally validates them, then you're going to wind up with conflict. But I think therein is the rub as to why faith doesn't work, because it opens the door to positions that cannot be logically defended or rationally defended, and it opens the door to being manipulated by external agents that would use an individual's faith against them, much like seed doctrine preachers. Another issue, like NA brings up in a $2 super chat: why is faith so divided? Very much so. And these divisions can be, and I think should be, ultimately they should take a back seat to rational thinking and evidence-based thinking. I understand that it's to a certain degree that they can be beneficial to a person. They can be beneficial in someone's life, but people need to be more intellectually honest about how they apply it, in that it doesn't lead them to knowledge statements. So I think that's what's important about that, and why someone invokes faith, they're really only talking about that which validates them, and not something that they can demonstrate to be true about external reality. Would you agree with that?
Yes. And that brings my mind to a fear-based and reward-based faith. That as I have conversations with people, you can kind of distill it down to why a person has faith is on two camps. Either they're seeking a reward, or they're avoiding a fear. And to point that down specifically, if you could elaborate a little bit on, you choose not to have faith because it can lead you to do irrational things by a person that has malicious intent. Like if you have you kind of, I can't quite say it as well as you do. When you're saying that I don't believe in the Christianity because it has that, it requires an illogical state of mind, and with that illogical state of mind, you will do it. You could do illogical things by somebody else's dictation.
Right. For a good person to do evil things, that requires religion. And typically what I say is that irrational beliefs tend to lend themselves to irrational behaviors, and especially in defense of those beliefs. And I think you would agree with me that we could stand to live in a world with a few more rational people than we currently have. And actually, not basing our decision-making processes solely on ideas that are personally validating to us, when they might not be emotionally validating to other people, because it automatically X's them out. It creates an unnecessary in-group, out-group distinction that ultimately does more harm than any good. And good to see you, Clairview 307. Appreciate you. This is listening and lurking. Glad you're here. So I'm curious, when you're bringing it up, are you someone, do you believe in the existence of a God entity, or?
I have not excluded it. By all means, brought up Methodist, and so it was heavily ingrained into me. And all of the time that I was growing up about it, it was definitely a firm belief that this is all metaphor. This is an elaborate style of poetry to try to I don't know, induce into or deduce a better, more logic into it. Because I definitely believe that history has a lot of things to teach you. And that was my best bit of learning about history rather than facts and dates. It's more of morals and intents, and hey, this was the outcome. And yes, there was a lot of this was the outcome because of. I disagreed with the because of. I just would look at, hey, this was the before state, this was the after state, and then my mind would be in the clouds of what could have led that to there.
So to kind of classify your position, you'd say that you're definitely agnostic to the idea. Agnostic to the idea.
I think it would be like a closed agnostic system in which if there was a perceivable God, it would not be interacting with this universe. I think the most prevalent statement that ever resonated with me is that we are just a memory to God. We are just, and that's all it is that to God, we're just a memory. We've already existed, died, and gone on to whatever conclusion is out there, and we're just a memory. That resonated pretty deeply with me.
I can see psychologically speaking why that would resonate with why that can resonate with a person. There's a certain alleviation of individual responsibility when looking at things in that manner, because ultimately it comes down to if you think about what here, I'll tell you this. When I was deconstructing, when I began the process, when I was in my teens, it was a couple years after my confirmation in the Methodist faith. And I began my deconstruction as a result of something that I encountered in the church that kind of surprised me. And one of the things that hit me was during that process was the responsibility for my own life, namely the responsibility that I have, that I carry for my actions and my inactions. because once I'd shed myself of the belief, recognizing it as illogical and completely irrational to hold, once I shed myself of that, I was suddenly keenly aware of all the times in the past that I could have done something, but I didn't. And I remembered trying to convince myself that it was okay with various platitudes like God never gives anybody more than they can handle. God works in mysterious ways. God has a plan, yada, yada. And I realized that they were all excuses to not do something, to not involve myself. There were reasons to not get involved, and the weight of my responsibility suddenly hit me like a truck, and it was almost too much. And I remember thinking that it was preferable when I was a believer, because I was not aware of that responsibility, because the responsibility wasn't on me. The responsibility was on God. God was the one in charge. And I didn't have to assume that responsibility because someone else was in charge. And then I realized, but it's not there. The thing doesn't exist, at least not the one that Christians are trying to put forward. And all of that responsibility suddenly hit me, and it almost sent me screaming back to church to look for some way to rid myself of that notion, because it was so overwhelming. But then I recognized that it was incredibly empowering, because now I had the knowledge that I needed to moving forward to be a more proactive member of my community, to actively see the things and be a part of them, and actually engage my empathy. And ultimately, I became a better person once I recognized that there's nothing in control beyond us humans. And so, but I understand that the weight of that responsibility can be overwhelming. And a lot of people may not like that idea because it is a lot. And so I can see why that conclusion resonated with you, and why it can resonate with other people. But the flip side of that is that it's deeply empowering to know that you're responsible for all your actions and all your inactions. It makes you more aware, more cognizant of other people's situations. It activates your empathetic response, and ultimately, I think, makes people better than I would say resting their laurels underneath a God umbrella. You get what I'm saying there? I know I said a bunch, but
No, I do, but I don't want to assume the direction of how you're intending to use responsibility. When you say responsibility, I feel like it's a direction towards object. How do you define when you use responsibility to what?
Predominantly, not only are we responsible for our actions, of course, I think everybody agrees with that, but also our inactions. Whenever we choose not to do something, when we choose not to say something, when we choose not to get involved, when we choose to walk away, when we choose to ignore, we may, under the umbrella of Christianity, people may see something and they'll go home and pray about it. Or people may see something and say, that's not for me to get involved. God will handle it. It's in God's hands now. People will see somebody in trouble, or see somebody asking for help, or see somebody going through something, and they'll say, well, I would help, but, it's in God's hand. It becomes an excuse to alleviate one's responsibility as a conscientious member of a community. And so too often it falls down on that. And then the times that a Christian does get involved is when that involvement aligns with their religion. Okay. They'll get involved in some things, but they won't get involved in others because it doesn't align with the tenets of their faith. When in actuality, if you are just a person here on the earth amidst a community, what's going on in that community is equally everyone's responsibility, and being aware of that. So here now, I'm politically active in my community. I am socially active in my community. I try to be aware of what's going on in my neighbors' lives. I try to be of assistance where I can. I try to identify where I can assist, even if it's a little bit, because I can't be like, well, God has a plan for them. It's all good. God never gives people any more than they can handle. That's all bullshit. And so now I'm in the trenches. I'm in the trenches trying to do what I can. And I want to show and I do that not only for myself, because it's my responsibility to do so as a person, but I hope by example I can show other people that as well. That no one's going to come down and save anybody. It's not there. It's simply not there. It's up to us to bring justice. It's up to us to save each other instead of waiting for someone else to save us.
I will take that in. I see what you're saying there. And help me out with this is that I'm trying to define a lot of those, and it seems that those are when you're trying to help somebody. It's I'm feeling an emotion, and that is to interact like, hey, somebody like that empathy. Pretty much empathy is doing a heavy work on a lot of what you're saying. And I don't know how to properly define empathy because I think it's loaded with a lot of presuppositions in a sense. Like you're empathetic to something because you've had previous experiences that kind of lead to that emotional reaction to it. And the fear that a lot of faith-based people have is that without the faith, then those experiences people have, what they distill out of them, the empathy that they would have may be more dull and lessened because it would just be that's where I want to end because I feel like I'm meandering into a place that I wouldn't agree with.
No, I think an important distinction is the difference between sympathy and empathy, because sympathy is recognizing someone else's pain and offering compassion while not internalizing what they're going through. You recognize that they're in a situation, you sympathize with their scenario, and you can offer compassion while not actively internalize it because maybe you haven't experienced it. You just recognize that they're in distress. Empathy entails internalizing the other person's experience. They've gone like you've gone through something and you see someone else going through it, and you can empathize and you can internalize that pain. You can internalize that suffering. And that's one of the kickers there, is because empathy oftentimes when it's not corralled by indoctrination or like principles from like external principles set like a religious source, empathy transcends tribalism, or it can transcend tribalism, where you empathize with the pain of another individual regardless of what that person's beliefs are or their gender is or their orientation is or their political affiliation. I mean, when you see someone in agony, when you see someone in pain, someone who has experienced devastating loss, when you see someone in distress, you can internalize those things and you can empathize with them, and that can cross borders. And that's why it's so imperative for religions to establish limitations on who you empathize with, lest you identify with them and begin to understand why they are, understand that despite your differences, you're not that different. And so that's why empathy, there's not a lot that's baked in. I know that the term has been thrown around in political circles these days, and they've added a lot to it, and they've tried to diminish the term. But the reason they do that is because empathy is what defeats them. They want to make the word meaningless. They want to literally tear it down or make it incoherent, when in actuality, your capacity to internalize other people's experiences as though you were having them, is because that the activation of your mirror neurons, that's an important survival metric. That is how our species has survived all like the past 300,000 years, is our capacity for empathy. And so that's why when I shed my religious belief, it became a huge empathy activator, because now there was no longer a God I could appeal to. I was the purveyor. I was the center of the choice. I had to choose whether to get involved. I had to choose whether not to get involved. where could I make a difference? It made me a more critical thinker. It made me a more active individual, and it ultimately just made me better as a person because I identified with my humanity, well, without the limitations of a god or these tenets that say that I should not do a certain thing. So that's what the kicker is, I think, on that one.
I like that a lot. That gives me much more depth into that I could explore about it. Because I will elaborate on that a bit, is that in a sense I am a nihilist in a sense that we're a chemical reaction blanketing the universe, and we build up kinetic energy and potential energy, and that's like savings and the economy kind of a deal. The more that you kind of choose how you interact with, because you'll either gain momentum from whatever job you choose or whatever things that you interact with, you'll gain a momentum, or you'll gain potential energy from that in the form of dollars and such like that. But without the faith, you can't really. When you say that the intent is to diminish your empathy towards certain systems, then your interactions will be conserved into whatever faith-based systems that are out there. And every time you have an interaction with a system, no matter what it is, then you either give up some of your energy, potential or kinetic, and into that system. And that's kind of where my mind goes to, because everybody's ultimate goal is to gain enough energy where we can retire. I guess at least that's what I've kind of experienced.
An example of what you brought up, like if you were like, let me ask you this: if you saw a teenager, like it depends upon the information you have. Like, for example, if you saw a teenager being kicked out of their home with only the clothes on their back, physically like kicked out of their house, and that's all the information you have, and that they're crying, they're upset, they're being kicked out of their home, only the clothes on their back, what is your immediate response to that? Your emotional response to that? Like, how does that, if you saw that, how would that make you feel?
Yeah, it'd make me feel unfortunate, and I would want to have share some of my energy to that person, so that way they could that teenager would have an ability to get out of whatever system they're in to a better one. And when I say better one, it's one where their limited resources would have a better leveraging effect.
Okay. Now, imagine if you're a Christian and you see the same thing, but they're being kicked out because they're gay.
I laugh because, of course, it comes to the conversion therapies or some sort of programs that could distill that, reorder the person. So that way, when they do interact with the community, it would be in a more trusted vector.
Okay, but here's the key. Here's the kicker on that. You understand that that automatically, the whole point about that, with seeing the teenager being kicked out of their home with only the clothes on their back, immediately induces an empathetic response to try and help this person because they're being kicked out into the cold and they have nothing. But then, if a person finds out that they're being kicked out because they are gay, immediately the response that you had was like finding a way to ameliorate it by, like, and you bring up like conversion therapy. If it was a Christian, would bring that up. But there's the kicker: the conversion therapy or the advocation for that is not for the kid, because putting them in conversion therapy only validates the Christian, because it takes no account of the individual's identity. It basically is it's the Christian saying your identity is wrong because of what I believe. I believe this. And because I believe it, your identity is wrong, and your identity needs to be brought in line with what my faith says it should be, which completely diminishes the individual who is in distress, because it takes all of their experience out of the equation. It says that anything they're experiencing, how they view the world, how they identify, none of that is relevant. Okay. And in a sense, it victim blames. They're getting kicked out because they are gay. They need to be fixed because they are wrong. But as I said, it completely diminishes them. That's that empathy. That's that limitation on empathy that religious systems so often employ in order to validate themselves. Because the Christian says we're going to put the kid in conversion camp or send him to conversion therapy to validate themselves, to make the child fit their own worldview, which completely diminishes their identity and basically says that who they are doesn't mean anything unless it comports with what I believe. The child becomes an extension of the Christian instead of their own unique individual. And that's what I'm talking about there. That's the horrors of that and why this shit does not work societally speaking.
I completely agree with what you're saying, and I would like to reiterate that into an analogy that I'm more familiar with, in which when I was growing up in the Methodist, they would have the analogy that we are God's garden, and I would say that with that, well, God's picking and choosing what plants grow in the garden, and that teenager would not be an acceptable plant in there. But if you remove God from the picture and you just observe a garden, more of a collection of plants, then it makes it less biased. You're taking the intent out of it, and you can find more of a healthy ecosystem, something that's more symbiotic, where a garden is pretty much a bunch of plants growing together in a symbiotic relationship, and the removing plants out of it is an easy fix. It's more, but to have a more of a dynamic garden would be to include a lot. It would be able to include all of those because they all have a survival, or they all have something to contribute. And when you start removing stuff because you don't think they contribute, then you're playing a very dangerous game in which you're if you have a blind spot, then that blind spot only keeps growing, and that attack vector will ultimately take you out for something that it has a better, I don't know, that punctured equilibrium in there. There's more things that can puncture that equilibrium.
Well, I think we're on the same page, as far as it goes. I'm glad that you're still asking questions, and I'm glad that you're open to new evidence. It seems like you're in an intellectually honest position, and that's all I could really ask for. I'd say, you recognize these things, and it's a good place to go. Did you have any specific questions or anything else? Or
that was most of the thought exploration that I wanted to. And if I would like to try to pop on randomly as I want to explore some of these thoughts with a rational, well-grounded community, that a garden that you have cultivated here. The last video, a person brought up a Culture Cats with a Will Duffy conversation. If you are to do a review of that, there's going to be a section where they talk about there's a doctor that walks away from, or there's like people that have miraculous revivals where they just suddenly come back to health. if you could attach a lot of the there's a lot of like natural remedies like psilocybins like have had a lot of neat stories that people have come back to good health from, and I think it's a good non-faith based, this non-religious kind of a thing that would balance the scales in a sense. But if you haven't seen the movie, the show, the conversation, then I understand on deferring later.
Yeah, somebody did recommend it on Sunday on Sunday stream. I did take a look at it. It's like I think it's almost like 3 hours long. So, but I given it's the second time I'm getting the recommendation, I'm gonna have to sit down and watch it. I'm familiar with Will. I wish I could get him on this stream because there's some questions I want to ask Will that I don't think anybody has ever. I don't think he's encountered. I don't think anybody's taken the opportunity to ask him these things. And I would like the opportunity to pose them to him, but he has never responded to my invites or anything. So I don't know. Maybe my channel's not big enough yet, but I hope to get him like in a conversation someday. I really would.
You're only like 20 subscribers away from being at your 15K. Maybe that will be the breaking point to
Maybe
bring him in.
Well, I do appreciate it, Exponential. Thank you so much for coming up, and you're always welcome. But yeah, this is a good conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jael, and thank you, Andrew.
Yep. Just before you head off, food for thought for your analogy between the garden is sort of the idea of implicit order. See, that's what the garden kind of represents, is the idea that there's supposed to be a particular way of being. Now, you can have an equilibrium, which is to say that because a garden is typically declared to be an ideal, for instance, it's like this is the way it should be. Therefore, whatever is required in order to attain that goal is considered acceptable. So this is what can create an exclusionary process. So this is where, as you mentioned about things like conversion therapy and the like, where they say, here are undesirable elements. So it's an equilibrium, yes, in as much as the gardener is taking an active role just to ensure a particular state. But that's where you have to take the value statement of what we might consider as being good in mind. Yes, there's an intent behind it, but would we call that intent good? Now, also, is good even necessarily the factor? Now, let's look at the contrasting aspect, which is just to say an ecosystem. So it's like the difference of saying the difference between a garden and a forest. So taking a look at a larger ecosystem, something that is self-regulating, things have a way to find the way that they fit in without the dictates going on around it. It's like finding beauty in the wilderness versus thinking that you have to, cultivate the perfect rose just because it's some picture of an ideal. So just food for thought for where you think force has to come into play to create something that one could say functions with a sense of balance, keeping in mind that a forest can be a little chaotic, but in the end, nature finds a way to self-regulate without the bias and without the exclusion. Everything that can find a way to work will work.
I like that a lot because of all of my analogy. When I talk of a garden, I think, backyard garden, but you are very, I like how you brought that into a larger system that adds more chaos to it, which to the gardener, it would be chaos, but to the forest, it's just the what is it? The squares, pretty much it's adding the, not the derivative, but the opposite to it. It'd be the integral of that state of affairs. I like that a lot.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's sort of a statement of saying, like, for those who are constantly in the state of trying to impose order
Mhm.
versus finding a way to fit in with what's going on around you. It changes the social dynamic, and where one puts one's sense of identity and worth, where somebody says, okay, well, this is a garden, therefore you have to fit in with the hydrangeas. Okay, it's like, if you're not going to fit in with the hydrangeas this way, then we're just going to have to trim you back, which is not a very pleasant prospect for the planet. Versus, how about you guys kind of work some stuff out there, and you find some space for each other, and then you get to watch the larger variety grow. Cross-pollination. It's the same thing as like watching, like, the idea of a potential species collapse because you're trying to, for instance, breed what you thought was a perfect plant because it had a certain appeal to you, but it lost its robustness, the depth of its character, its strength in terms of its resilience because of its foundation on variety. So stifling that inhibits actual growth. It's a way of creating it's like a nostalgia trap. You're caught there trying to remember a picture of what felt good in a moment as you watch the genetic weaknesses build. And
Well said.
the piece of adversity that they come across, they won't have the resilience that variety would have given them.
Well said. You took that analogy and you did very, very well with that. That gives me a lot to play with. Excellent.
Well, anything that you can take with you, I'm glad for it.
Yes, I'll work with that, and in time I'll check back in and see where that I ran with that.
We'll be happy to hear that you found something new in there for yourself.
Thank you. And I won't take up any more of your guys' time. I hope somebody else comes up on stage and has the go at it.
Awesome. Thanks again, Exponential. Oh, we do have somebody in the Discord. How's it going? We're currently live on YouTube doing a stage. If you're a believer and want to talk about what you on my channel, well, the link is in the side chat. Cool. And I want to say hi to the people that have come in. Ace Trades, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. PhD Tony as well, good to see you. Can't Speak, thanks so much for being here. Garland Garrett, good to see you as well. And yeah, Garland Garrett, just in case you didn't know, perpetual motion machines are dead. They are, I'm sorry, perpetual motion machines are impossible. They are impossible in space. They're impossible with magnets. They are not possible. So the first law of thermodynamics, first and second law of thermodynamics should explain that to you. So perpetual motion machines don't work out. I was about to answer the Brenta's question. Good to see you, Brenta. What the rest of that quote is. But you're asking Sedona, so I don't want to give Sedona the answer because I'm familiar with that from Thus Spake Zarathustra. But yeah, and the gay science, and Thus Spake Zarathustra. So, but good to see you. Let me see, who else did I miss? I saw Colorado Bikers in the house. Good to see you, Colorado Biker. Thanks so much for being here. Howdy, bitches. Hail Satan, hail Sagan, hail Bacon. Love it, love it, love it. Who else we got here? Mr. Andratz in here. It says, just had one decent conversation, so nothing huge. We do have a video on deck to review, which is an atheist versus a theist, so it should be interesting. And I ran so far away. I'm going to get totally copyright struck. No, that was terrible. So
you're not that good a copy. Sorry. I got good news and bad news.
Let me see. Make sure I didn't miss anybody else. Joe's in the house. Good to see you, Joe. Sedona, good to see you as well. And I think I got everybody. Yeah, I don't think I missed anyone. If I did miss someone, I do apologize. So, and just to let everybody know, we're 5 away from the burn my face off goal. So, if you're new here, this is the current goal, like the super chat goal. And Charles Oliver, good to see you. See you lurking over there. But I have the Screaming Monkey hot sauce, which is the extremely hot ghost pepper, extremely hot salsa. So I do have this. If we hit the goal and there's no like cost, like on the goal, it just basically if we get 20 super chats. Cord Lizard Mage, good to see you. Sorry about that, I didn't see you, but I see you now, and I recognize you. So, oh yeah, it's a bummer, Colorado. Sorry about that. But yeah, Screaming Monkey. So if we hit the goal, it's 20 super chats of any value, of any price, doesn't matter. But if we hit 20, I will be testing this to see if it burns my face off, because apparently this stuff is pretty hot. But then again, I have anosmia and a reduced sense of taste, so I wonder if it will. But that's the goal. And I have my Julio's chips ready to go. So if we hit that, and we'll see just how hot this is. See if I'm going to burn my face off with this one. I still remember doing the Surströmming challenge. Do you know what that is, Andrew?
Not a clue.
Okay, Surströmming. So this was years ago, and Surströmming is it's lightly salted fermented Baltic Sea herring. It's a traditional Swedish cuisine. It comes in a distinct tin, and when you open it up, it's really, really nasty smelling.
Tin salted fish just sounds like an active threat.
Right.
You're just waiting for something. You're like a coworker to put it in the microwave.
And I ate a whole can of Surströmming and did not bug me. It did not bother me. And then again, I opened it right. A lot of people will like open it like open air, like right in their face, and they're like, "Oh, it's just so gross." I opened it underwater, so I didn't get that effect. But I managed to eat a whole thing, and the only thing I remember is that it was crazy freaking salty. It was insanely salty. I think almost damaging myself salty. Like physically I felt wrong after I ate it. Like I have eaten way too much salt. Almost like I drank soy sauce. It was so salty. Point Relative, thank you so much for the $2. Just bring on the burning bowl of fire. Fingers crossed. I fell into a burning ring of fire. See, sounds as yummy as gas station sushi. Oh yeah. It was intense. The video of that is actually on my TikTok. And it's a part of a live stream as well. I live streamed me eating that. So it wasn't that extreme. Like I said, I have anosmia, so the smell probably wouldn't bug me. So, well, I appreciate that, Brenta. Oh yeah, heck yeah. We have a lot of fun here. Well, we try to, as long as the stream isn't dead. But Surströmming is what that's called. Fermented fish. But yeah, let's see here real quick. So we are 4 away from the burning bowl of fire. We'll see just how hot it is. YouTube, we monetize your suffering. It is a place for all of us sadists. Yes, it is. Actually, masochists. For all of us masochists is what it's for. Hurt me, daddy. Hurt me more. Let me see. Don't have anybody in the Discord at the moment. And I do have... And the ring is the chocolate starfish. That's gross.
I'm just saying, it burns both ways.
You reminded me of that Limp Bizkit album called Chocolate Starfish in the Hot Dog Flavored Water. Is the name of their album.
Now, in as much as I hate the mere reminder of the existence of Limp Bizkit, wow. Yeah, that imagery. It's like bad, just like turned to worse mid-sentence.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Brent A. My bad. Brent A. Brenda is my crash out name. So sorry about that. Brent. I will remember that from now on. What is this thing with Garrett going on? Oh, Garland Garrett. As you believe yours is true, so do I, but our beliefs are predicated on evidence. That's the whole point. I mean, are they still arguing for perpetual motion machines? Because they're not possible. I feel like I'm visiting the Wizard of Oz with flying monkeys. I have...
I definitely don't hold that they are impossible. It's just a question of what scale.
No, they're impossible. Because even with magnets...
Okay, as I said, it's a matter of scale. I do have one proposition, and I will probably get a yes for you from it. A cyclical universe.
Well, that would just be...
Bang crunch.
Well, that would be the same amount of it. That would still be the same amount of energy. Just being expressed over and over again.
Wouldn't it be perpetual motion, wouldn't it?
That's actually an interesting question.
Well, it's bang crunch. It's implicit. That's called winning by definition. Which is still winning, and I'll take it.
Let's see. See what I can get here. Okay, so no, a cyclical universe would not classify as a perpetual motion machine in physics. While both concepts involve unending motion, a perpetual motion machine violates the laws of thermodynamics by generating infinite useful work or reversing entropy. A cyclical universe operates differently based on the laws of physics. In physical models of a repeating universe, such as a Big Bounce scenario, entropy actually increases from cycle to cycle. The universe does not reset to a perfectly fresh state. Instead, each subsequent cycle begins with a higher degree of disorder or degradation. So the universe contains everything that exists. There is no outside to perform useful work on. Its movements are the result of inherent kinetic and potential energy changing forms rather than a man-made machine driving an external process.
Oh, see, all I'm doing is changing the scale, as I said, and calling the entire realm of existence the machine.
So yeah, in a cyclical universe, it does not create energy out of nothing. It is a closed system that perpetually recycles the same amount of energy, the exact same total amount of energy. The energy only changes phases, shifting between expansion, collapse, and reignition without breaking the conservation laws.
Yes. Now, we're down to what we define a machine as. And I'd say the universe is a well-oiled machine of just doing. I'm removing the telos from this machine.
It still wouldn't function because it wouldn't be creating energy in violation of the second law.
Oh, I'm never saying it's creating energy. I'm just saying the motion is eternal.
So but that wouldn't classify as a perpetual motion machine.
Oh, I'm living with the trivial here. The trivial is the point. The trivial is the point. It is the message. You're getting your motion. No matter what, whatever you want to call it, a spade's a spade.
Oh, Tony says, but would it be a machine? Yeah, it wouldn't break physics. Yeah, or it would break. The perpetual motion one does. So, 100%. Yeah, cool, awesome. All right. Well, we are closing in on that goal. I'm kind of concerned. I do not know how hot this stuff is because I haven't tried it yet.
Are we down to like 7 now? I think.
And Nectu, good to see you. No, we're 4 away. 4 away from the goal.
Oh, so, wow. This is like the pit of it. How's the phrasing of that? The Lake of Fire version of the dunk chair at the carnival?
Yes, pretty much. Yes.
It's like, wait. Well, why is it on fire?
Only my butthole might be the victim here.
Just prepare the milk. I had a friend of mine who went for like one of those wing challenges.
I can't drink liquid. I can't drink liquid fat. I can't do it.
Well, let's just say that they took it's like the tiniest nip, okay, of one little wing, a sad wing, right, and put them down. However, over the course of about the next half hour, it just got worse and worse from one little nip. Before you know it, he's off on the side of the bar, puking his guts out as the waitress is bringing him an entire carton of milk. And we're wondering, are we calling for the paramedics?
Right.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, yes, NA. Is this 3 now? Yes, 3 now. So 3 away. So we're at 17. And Nectu 5435 says towards the goal. Thank you, Nectu, for $5. Appreciate that support. And NA for 2, thank you. I'm so going to regret this. I have a feeling I really, really am. I wonder how much I should eat. You know, I wonder how much.
Apparently, regret is coming with brand sponsorship. Now, you should reach out to the creator said product for the glorious coverage you're about to give them. Project Mayhem needs to acquire corporate sponsorship.
Once I have somebody in the Discord right now. Give me 1 second. Oh, Genghis Khan. Yeah, we're currently live on YouTube doing an open stage. The link is in the side chat. No, they can't hear you because the Discord isn't live. But if you'd like to join, the link is in the side chat. Point Relative for $5 says, Andrew, what must occur for you to accept the Firebowl challenge?
Well, first, we'd have to deal with the geography of getting it here. So there is that. What first must occur? Oh, wait, that's accepting the Firebowl challenge. So technically accepting, that's a mental state. So the very first thing there, it wasn't about my ability to actually enact it. The acceptance. What first must occur? A change in my mental state. That was what would be required. Yes. In order for me to accept, you would need to change my current state of acceptance. That's
a desire for self-harm.
No. Those are just underlying. Those are like what one would consider causal factors that involved with the state of change, and that's a case of attribution.
Let's see, Ryan Murphy, good to see you. It says, for a moment, I thought Fire Monkey Hot Sauce was the next panelist here to argue for neolibertarian phalangism. Nice. But here we go. We're at 19, but we have a video on deck while we wait for someone new to come up onto the stage. And as soon as we get someone new, we'll check them out. Let's see. So this video that Jared Reed sent me, Atheist versus Christian debate, God, morality, evolution, and more. So let's see what this is. I don't know. I have a feeling I downloaded this at one time to respond to it. I may have, or it may have been a different version. Oh shit. NA for the 6660 says, do it. Hope you have moist wipes. Thank you so much, Andrew. Thank you so much, NA. I do appreciate that. That is hit the goal. Oh, you see the little confetti on the screen when it hits the goal. That's awesome. We did it. So I guess I can do this.
Okay, yeah, get supplies.
All right. No, I'm right here. I've already got it. Bowl.
Milk.
I don't need it. I don't need it.
911 ready on a cell phone. You know.
Thomas, good to see you.
Get the misses in.
Oh, dang it. I can't open it. What the hell?
Well, slow your roll there, Wilson.
Hang on. No, I gotta.
Oh.
There we go. There we go.
See, there you go. Now
see, when I say I have anosmia, so you can see it right there. I've opened it. Nothing. So, but that doesn't say anything about taste. And no, I'm not going to snort it, Cord. You're killing me. That would probably kill me if I did that. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Here we go. All right. Girly. You girly man. So let's find out. So I'm going to... Ooh, this is chunky. This is chunky.
One jar, one mission.
That is seriously chunky salsa. It really is. And I've got... Mahulios.
The sci-fi freaks.
Oh,
chunky salsa is also what happens.
I have to do this. Sorry. There's the monkey, just so you know that I'm putting it in there. I don't want people saying that. Oh God, I love these chips. I don't want people saying that I am cheating by using something milder. So I think that's good.
No. If it's gonna burn, it's gonna burn.
Yeah, so we're good.
That is a
Yeah.
That's a real dose there. So tell me, what do you feel? And be honest. This is for posterity.
And remember, this is for posterity, so do be honest. Ooh, that's spicy.
Okay, give it a moment before don't just slam down number 2. Give it a moment to properly settle in. Was this a near-life experience?
That's pretty spicy. Ha.
It sounds like it's manageable. Because you reach for the chip, which adding a little extra salt in usually aggravates things.
Huh. That's spicy. And Tony says, and remember, reaction time is a factor, so please pay attention. I did not change out the jar.
No, the jar is the original. It's the contents that got changed. That's how that works. But
I do not know, Cord, I do not know what the Scoville rating is on this. It's not actually listed on the bottle. I don't know what the Scoville rating is on these. Okay. So not as smoky. It's not like a smoky burn. So it's more just like a persistent. It's the spiciness spiked really quick. It didn't take a minute for it to like I can feel it on the back of my tongue.
What was the full brand and model?
Screaming Monkey. Monkey salsa. It's Monkey salsa. Screaming Monkey, Ghost Pepper, Extremely Hot Salsa. Oh, it's starting to diminish now. It's actually starting to go away a little bit. Tomatoes, vine ripened tomatoes, tomato juice, less than 2% of salt, citric acid, calcium chloride, garlic, onion, habanero peppers, ghost peppers, lime juice, and cilantro.
Yep. I have acquired data. We're currently in roughly the 1,000,000 Scoville territory.
It's 1,000,000 Scoville?
Yeah.
Just so people know that I'm not cheating. See, there's the jar. No, it's like, there's the jar. Right? Oh, dang it. Have to reduce the chip a little bit to fit it in there.
You poured it right out into that bowl we watched.
Yeah, just just so people know.
Yeah, he's scooped cold.
Okay, I will say this. As a salsa, it's good. That's actually a really decent salsa. It's chunkier than you normally get, but given this is probably a small operation that does these, this is actually really, really decent. I love the hint. They use enough lime juice in there that I can pick it up. The spice hits. Hasn't cleared my sinuses, I'll say that. But the spice hits it kind of at the back, and it's not too smoky. It's this. What is this like? You know, it's stronger than Tabasco, and it's not as sharp as jalapeno. So yeah, but otherwise, and it's already kind of diminishing, you know. And I haven't had any water or any, and obviously don't have any milk here. So, but not bad. Not bad. I will probably enjoy a lot more of these. Probably will. I dig this. God, I love Julio's chips. Julio's chips are so freaking good.
Yeah, Cord. My Google AI was saying that it was a million to 1,041,427.
Let me see this here.
I don't know.
Monkey salsa. Screaming.
Let me see if we can get a better source here.
Monkey salsa, screaming monkey salsa, extremely hot ghost pepper infused salsa produced by Oklahoma-based brand Monkey Salsa and Jams. Known for its fiery bite and bold flavor, it sits at the very top of their heat scale and is specifically crafted for serious spice lovers. Door down like that. Monkey Salsa Facebook page. Yep, that's the one I bought. The place where I bought it, they had Big Baby, Hot Mama, Screaming Monkey. Thank you, NA for 666. I was just having some last dab hot sauce on some chips. I think it's roughly 1 million. Right on, brother. Awesome. Flamin' Gator sauce, which is they have a number of salsa verdes. There's a picture of the Screaming Monkey, the one that I'm tasting. Just the this one's for the spice lovers, the daredevils, the people who always say I can handle hot stuff. I can handle hot stuff. I even handled the Reaper squeezins without a problem. Monkey salsa, Screaming Monkey salsa, Scoville rating. While the brand does not test its products on the official Scoville scale, this extremely hot salsa packs a heavy punch. Because of the ghost peppers, which naturally range from 855,000 to 1.04 million Scoville heat units, it sits as an estimated 500,000 to 1 million plus Scoville heat units when factoring in the dilution from other salsa ingredients. Described by the brand as bring a fan heat.
Do you realize that's like a 100% margin of error statement? 500,000 to 1 million. That's a 100% swing factor.
I could say it definitely hits. It's already dissipated at this point. So, Point Relative says, for the sake of science, Andrew, please consume equal amounts to get an accurate read. Thank you for advancing our understanding. I like this. I like this experimentation. Thank you for the $5, Point Relative.
For the sake of not promoting self-harm on YouTube, I am disinclined to acquiesce to your request.
Really, at this point, it's just an excuse to eat more Julio's chips. I can't tell you how amazing these chips are. I really can't. It's not bad. I got to find something hot that hits. I really do. The Reaper squeezes, I thought, back when we did that challenge, I thought that was going to hit, but it really didn't.
Yeah,
that was tasty.
Yeah, I've got better than average spice tolerance, and I love Indian food. But compared to others out there, I know I don't compare.
No.
JL will laugh off stuff that will probably put me under the table. I accept this reality.
All right. That was tasty. I still have some more.
But that means I get to enjoy more things than JL probably can because everything else is so bland.
A lot of stuff is bland for me, unfortunately. Well, that was the challenge. And thank you all for the super chats. Okay, I just had a new one, so that's kind of spicy. Always weird when it hits on different areas of the tongue. That is spicy. Whew. And thank you so much for those generous super chats. I do appreciate that. Okay, hang on a sec. That one's hitting me a little bit different. Oh, it's hit me in the back of my throat. Maybe that was the Diet Coke. Might have been the Diet Coke. All right. Yeah, it's probably gonna dissipate pretty soon. Okay. Well, I wish that was hotter. you know. So, but you're like, my wife could not handle this. I'll tell you that at all. Okay. Gotta start at the beginning. 1 second.
I think we made it like all of a minute in. Oh. Are we getting little aftershocks?
That one just hit in a different area. It hit more at the back of my throat.
Okay, now we're getting the in-depth breakdown. Let's see where this leads.
Okay. I think I'm good. I think we're good. Yeah. All right. So here we have this video that Jared Reed sent us. Atheist versus Christian debate. Apparently they cover multiple topics: God, morality, evolution, and more. So I don't know if this is going to be like this will be like the AI debate that we covered, that we did a review of. So let's find out what these guys have to say to us. I bet it's going to start with like a clip from like the beginning of the debate when we're in the middle of it. We're not going to see. I don't know.
So it's repenting and coming back.
I would have to be convinced that my worldview is bad.
And I would say if you continue to go down to its furthest logical conclusion, you will be convinced it's bad.
Right. I don't know. I think
because you're in America, which is a Christian country. Universities were built by Christians.
Not a Christian country. He's already wrong on that one. I would have called him on that.
Hospitals were built by Christians. Our morality was built by Christians. The law was built by Christians.
No, it's not. Christians co-opted it from Judaism, which co-opted it from going all the way back to these things. Christianity doesn't corner the market on this. This is already bad.
So you're an atheist in a Christian worldview. Sure. If you were to go to China for a year, I promise you believe in Jesus.
Let's see. Jared Reed sent me this. I'm kind of curious. This is from Christ Developed is the name of the channel. Obviously, it's coming up on the screen. I just wanted to say it. So Christ Developed. I'll have to link them.
How you doing, man?
I'm pretty good.
Let's run it. What do you think, man? Christian, not Christian.
Where is this gonna get posted?
YouTube.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
What's your channel?
Christ Developed. Here, I'll give it to you.
I'd love to see.
Yeah, man. We evangelize. Sorry. Yeah, if I can answer any question, I don't know everything, but I will try.
Right.
Can I just raise the mic? But you're a tall dude.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, and there's no look, bro. There's no gotchas. Like,
right. Okay.
Do whatever you want. You can push back as hard. I'm not gonna be offended, but
right. Okay.
Go for it.
He would, in fact, be offended.
Many fifis were hurt in the filming of this documentary.
Mr. Andrea does say the burn returns, avoid carbonation. That might have been it. It might have been the Diet Coke that I just drank. It might have been that. They kind of just reactivated it. Or pardon me. Or send it to another area of my mouth. So that's hanging on there.
I guess I should open up with I'm atheist.
Okay.
I don't know. I guess I was kind of raised in a Christian household. I guess I can attribute it to not going to church. My parents, I didn't really have much time.
Yeah.
It's probably not a very good argument.
That's okay.
But, so I guess if you wanted to attribute it to something, that's probably it. But I guess I like talking to religious people. I like I don't know, kind of learning because I never really got that experience.
Yeah.
And it's definitely super interesting, even if I don't believe in it. I like
that's good. Open mind. Yeah, I'm learning a lot about atheism every day too. Yeah.
Oh, really cool.
Yeah.
No.
What is there to learn? We're not convinced that a God exists. We lack the belief that a God exists. We do not believe that a God exists. What is this? I don't know. No, I'm learning so much about atheism. It's one position, dude.
So then what's the contention point then? Like how come atheist over? Yeah. Okay, go for it. And you know what's funny too, bro? A lot of atheists, from what I've talked to, started in a Christian household, and a lot of times it was hypocrisy within the church, and they were like, "Yeah, I don't want this," and that's why, bro. We're not even with the church. It's a relationship. You have to be born again. Once you're born again,
I heard that.
You have the Holy Spirit.
That's a very interesting argument.
Because I'll be honest.
No, because it's about whether or not the entity exists. He's already arguing. This is already dishonest because he's arguing from a position as though it's already been established that it does for this whole like born again bullshit to be true. He needs to be able to cross that threshold with this is how I know it exists in order for this shit in John to be the case. This is already it's intellectually dishonest. And this is a college kid. I'm not going to put a lot of money on him, like knowing stuff. Obviously he doesn't do the stuff. Yeah, he poisoned the well, Ryan. This dude is just making this for the clout. Are you talking about this video that we're reviewing, Brent? Oh, well, yeah. So if he's doing it, obviously, this is kind of like, this is kind of like the Charlie Kirk scenario, where someone who has some knowledge is taking on individuals who don't do it like individuals like I do. Like if I had walked up to that microphone, the conversation would probably not make it onto YouTube. Because the first thing he points out there, I would have immediately said, so how did you determine that the God exists in order for that statement to be true about being born again? Oh, dismissing the clip. I got you. It's okay. Yeah. I understand that. It's not a problem at all. But I would have hit him with that. It's like, 'cause he's already jumping that. He's already jumped that gap and he hasn't justified it yet.
Dude, you can go to church. I went to church my whole life too, bro. So did my wife. We were not saved. We were not born again. So a lot of Christians are hypocrites, but I would blame the Christian, not the source.
Okay, interesting. Okay.
But
okay, but that's not what atheism is about. This is an appeal to emotion this is saying like if the individual became an atheist for an irrational reason, which can happen. Someone can do it on emotion, can stop believing that a God exists due to purely emotional reasons, which would not be rational, but which is possible, but he's just making that assumption off the bat. So he's already kind of like laid a foundation that allows him to skip past his own skip past his own burden of proof is the problem.
Keep going.
I guess, so is this like...
I've noticed this. Instead of, this is wild. Instead of actually defending his position as the one who's making the positive claim about external reality, he's allowing him he's allowing the speaker, the kid, to present things to him so that he can just respond with his talking points. I really do wonder if this guy is actually going to defend his position at all. Is like, will he adhere to 1 Peter 3:15? Will he provide a defense for the hope that exists within him? Which I don't think he will.
A very unique form of Christianity?
No, bro, this is the most basic it gets.
Really?
This is not a denomination. This is what Christianity is. When you have denominations, when you have Methodist Church, Protestant Church, Catholic Church, Episcopal Church, these are man's interpretations on verses. And here's the sad part, bro. Whenever there's man, there's going to be... There's going to be, it's almost kind of like if you have pure 100% H2O, you have pure water, and I drop even one thing of blood in it, it's going to be a little tainted. And then you'd ask, well, then how do you know my thing isn't tainted? This is why our final authority is not the church, bro. It's not tradition. It's not this guy's opinion. It is what does God say? And this is where we...
Yeah, but that's what's being interpreted differently. What is this guy on?
Yeah, he missed the point where literally everybody reading is the problem.
Right.
It's just like the idea of, technically, it's almost like has an issue with people who agree with an interpretation.
Exactly.
So you're actually against people agreeing.
It's the hermeneutical problem. It's the exegetical problem. It's the interpretation of the word. Like, how does he know his interpretation of those words? And it is the correct one. He'd probably say, well, I'm not interpreting it. I'm just reading it. Well, is it a plain-faced reading, or are you actually doing some sort of exegetical or eisegetical interpretation there, or what is the hermeneutic that you're applying there? So he hasn't covered it. He's basically saying, yeah, there's a solution to the problem of hard solids. There's a solution to the hermeneutical problem, but I'm not going to give it to you. Just you need to trust that he has it, which is wild.
We have to take the longer approach.
Yeah, what I can see he's doing, he's actually just trying to, from what I can tell, take the edge off of you don't believe in God because you didn't like the way it was presented to you by a group. This is and he's been, there's a couple of phrases worth of this he's been doing.
Right.
So he's trying to make it sell going, no, we can get you back by getting over what you thought was a bad presentation that didn't sit well with you. So he's making a sales pitch on this.
It's called exegesis. I got to really study the Greek. I got to go into it. What does exactly this mean?
So the more, I guess, original texts.
Absolutely.
Cool.
So this guy speaks like Greek, or he can
And
read
Hebrew.
Greek and Hebrew,
And-
like Justin
and a
DZ
little
can.
Aramaic, in case you want to take a couple of those, tertiary books.
I would have asked him that. So you read Koine Greek. So you read Latin. So you read Hebrew, the original Hebrew. I'm very curious. Like Justin DZ can. So
100%, yeah. But keep going, man. These are good.
No, I definitely like that approach as opposed.
Well,
to
that's what you
a lot
should
of
do, bro.
different-
Like even as an atheist, like we want to go to its furthest logical conclusion. I don't want to take what this guy says or what this guy says. Let me go to the math textbook. Let me go to you get what I'm talking about.
he just countered himself. He's like, don't take don't take this individual's word for it. He just literally quoted scripture as to why it's true. And it's like being saved. He hasn't, so he shouldn't trust him quoting scripture because he hasn't demonstrated. So he literally just countered himself on that one. He gave the reason why this kid should not be taking what he says at face value. He just gave which is wild. I think this is that kind of feigned honesty that allows him to build that level of trust, so he can kind of smuggle his God in without having to defend it.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, I'm guilty of not doing enough research.
Yeah, none
myself.
of us do. It's because the thing is it's very easy to just trust me, bro, what this guy says.
For sure.
So I'm constantly examining myself too.
I think that's kind of why I like talking.
No, you're not, because you would have asked, how do you know these things? It would have, he would have started that. How do you know that the God exists for any of this shit to be true?
To Christians,
Go for it. Yeah, good.
I
what are the
guess-
roadblocks then? Is it more like evolution? Is it more like the Big Bang, like the origin? Is it?
None of that is problematic. You can reconcile all of that with the belief in a God. It just means that the Bible is wrong.
The morality,
Well, I
like
mean, you can.
'cause everyone's different,
As
right?
far as I've seen, you can believe in all of that and still be Christian.
Right.
So I don't really think that's the hold
Okay.
up.
That was
everyone-
good. That was good. The kid acknowledged that. That was smart. Naturalistic theism.
every atheist, I've spoken to quite a few. Everyone has a different kind of contention
I
point.
don't know if I have anything specific. I guess.
So you-
kind of a lack of evidence.
Yeah, that's fine. So you said you grew up.
What's up?
Yeah. Now he just agreed to the idea that those things can all coexist at the same time as saying you got to take the text for what the text says. So now we've really contradicted ourselves.
Right.
So, yeah.
This guy is not.
Integrity has hit zero. we are losing atmospheric containment, sir.
I have to look this up. I want to look this up really quick before we get deeper into it. That was Christ developed. His name of it.
Tag time. Yep.
Christ developed. Christ developed. 152,000 subscribers. 404 videos. He does a lot. He does a lot of these, like open air conversations with individuals. Yeah, he's doing the Cliff Connectly shit, is what he does. Oh, but all these ways that you can pay him money: one-on-one coaching, donate to his ministry, through PayPal and card, merchandise. Yeah, it's all marketing.
This is not Lollapalooza. I don't want the t-shirt.
Christian then in church, and then when did you start?
We
Okay.
didn't go to church.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah,
you
that's
didn't.
what I mean.
You grew up in a Christian household though, or no?
Yeah, both of my parents are Christian.
Yeah. And then that kind of began to sway or veer off around what, like college, university? Or?
Kind of late middle school.
Okay.
I'd say.
And I'm just gonna bring the mic a little closer because they're getting kind of loud.
Okay.
Sorry, man. Okay, so yeah, let's go for it, man. Here's some reasons why I'm not an atheist. Let's start with that, okay? The Big Bang, okay?
Sure.
It has nothing to do with it, and he's probably the begin. Okay, this is the beginning of our observable. The beginning of our observable universe is where that we begin to be able to observe it, not the beginning of its existence. So I wonder if he's going to contradict this definition he's put up.
We can both agree that the Big Bang happened, right? I'll say God breathed the Big Bang. The atheists say, meteors collided.
No.
Well, just because you're uniquely stupid does not mean you're not stupid.
Meteors collided. What the shit?
Yes,
I bet Tony just facepalmed on that one.
Oh. Is everyone here an idiot?
From the atheist perspective, I find it a little hypocritical because they'll say things like, we don't believe in miracles, we don't believe in the supernatural, but a lot of the atheistic claims, like there's a good book that says, I don't have enough faith to be an atheist.
Fucking hell.
Never go partially Turek, let alone full.
He's gone full Turek. Oat milk. I myself have never had the opportunity to debate with a street preacher. I conversed with a guy. Okay, so near where I live, if I drive down, if I drive like into town, there's a gas station that's nearby. There's this guy that comes out in the winter around Christmas time, sets up a little table, rings a bell, and plays like loud shit like this, and it has like a megaphone, and is trying to preach that way. I engaged with that person one time, but it wasn't really about their epistemology. I was saying, because I think when I did it, it was like, I think with the wind chill, it was almost like -5 out, and he was out there like this, and I wanted to ask him what he was doing out there, putting his life in jeopardy, just standing out here in this nonsense, like out here in the wind, because it wasn't healthy, it was dangerous, and when it came out that I was a non-believer, he didn't want to engage, so he just wanted to be out there sacrificing for spreading the word or whatever. I have no idea. But I've never had the opportunity to have a conversation like this. I have been tempted to maybe one day go out to California, because Huntington Beach is where Ray Comfort does his stuff, and probably trying to engage with Comfort. I do have no idea where this guy is, or what campus he goes to, or wherever. So, but no, I haven't had the opportunity. Maybe one day, it would be fun. Kasplaticus, good to see you. That book is garbage, and you should feel bad for referencing it. Yes, it is. I don't have enough faith to be an atheist. It's the absolute worst. The title alone is a straw man. Host of the Demon, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out.
So with the Big Bang as an example, where did that come from?
Right. Didn't come from anywhere. Something that the universe does. So already he is getting this wrong. So we could say at this point that his religion, his beliefs are predicated upon scientific ignorance. And I would correct him on this. This kid may not know enough to correct him on that.
And I guess
atheists have no clue. If they're being honest, they have no clue. Okay, so we're both in this.
As far as beyond the point of our observability, nobody does. But Christians are still God of the Gapsing it. So
same boat with that then. You have your interpretation, I have mine. Evolution as an example, as an origin place. When we look at evolution, you'd have to show, this is called abiogenesis, you'd have to show me where life has ever come from non-life and a species has ever come from a different species.
Okay, so evolution and abiogenesis, two different subjects. A lot of stuff to get into on those ones, and he's just glossing over them, saying that they're basically impossible, and he's wrong on that. So,
well, the second one he's not wrong. It's just invalid.
Yeah. Well, the point when we're getting into is the issue of evidence and how we can determine that we can determine what happened, what most likely happened per the evidence. We don't have to be present for it.
Yeah.
By his logic,
abiogenesis is the easy one. Yeah. That's like life from non-life. Sure. Like think about every cell in your body that came from a Snickers bar that was being processed by the rest of your body. You're part Snickers, okay? You need to come to terms with that. It's one of the hard things in life. So all of those cells of yours, yeah.
And FM Soul Reaper, that is it usually him talking to only guys? Do we ever see him talking to ladies, trans folks, gay folk? Just trying to see if he refuses to debate anyone he claims he supposedly does. I'm looking at his thumbnails. It's mostly guys. There are some women here. College girl learns the true gospel for the first time, all like this. Woke college student challenges Christian about God. So I've seen out of 30 videos, I see 4. There's a 5th one. So not often does he engage with women or with women. I don't see that. and he calls people woke. Oh, can God still save LGBTQ people? Is it too late for them? So apparently they discuss it, but I'd have to dive more into his stuff. LGBTQ Christian confronted with the true gospel, which is just nonsense. When he says, yeah, so God said murder. What the? Some of these are terrible. These terrible, terrible thumbnails.
Now, just the thing to keep in mind is that you would bet that he's not going to put on any conversation where he felt he did poorly on. There's good odds for that.
Good point.
So consider that what we see is a curated list, much like all of the other street preachers. So you'll get your
also deceptive editing.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Absolutely that too. Yeah, between Connectly, oh shoot. I forgot Banana Man's name again.
Oh, Comfort.
Comfort. Yeah. That is, yeah, he is the king of deceptive editing. He is pond scum. He aspires to be pond scum.
I don't think people need to hear me crunching a chip in the microphone.
We need a misophonia warning.
Right. And Ken Speak, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And and Resist OP, good to see you as well. And you're right, Spam. His paycheck does rely on him looking good.
Right.
If you have the answer, go for it. Like you can
I
push
currently
back.
do not.
I do, but he's not talking to me. So, but with the we already run it down. Plus, it's important to point out that with abiogenesis, we per understanding of it, we would not expect to see it happen again to full fruition in the wild now, like in nature now. And the reason for that is because all of the material that is necessary for abiogenesis to kick off is now a part of an established food chain. So anything that did develop would automatically be consumed by the life that already exists. So we're talking about a state when there is no life to subsist upon those things, and life is getting off the ground is the whole point. So all it needs to do is happen once. And plus the mountains of evidence that support that. So, yeah.
But what I'm saying is I want to say this stuff. So they have a few intermediary species, but there's no definitive proof that is it's called the missing link. I'll give you an example, right? They'll bring up caveman. Well, we came from caveman. So
this guy is terrible. This dude is just bad.
The
Neanderthal.
Oh, I see.
Things like this, Homo erectus, Homo Neanderthal. These were 100% human DNA. Some people today.
The same genus, but not Homo sapiens. Okay, we were able to interbreed with them, but there is a genetic expression that is different. Homo neanderthalensis and Homo erectus, which we both came off of. All of the some 13 members of our genus, all of which are now extinct except for us. So, but that's called the genus.
Still have some people still today have Neanderthal DNA. This is not an ape. There's no common ancestor.
We are apes. So now he's just denying he probably doesn't understand what taxonomical classifications are and how we classify these things. Nor does he understand cladistics. So this is just a dump truck of scientific ignorance.
So when we begin to look at these things, dude, there's actually no concrete evidence that we have a common ancestor. What they'll bring up.
Yes, there is. ERVs would be the number one.
Things with.
There's also the process by which we metabolize, the way we metabolize and produce energy is a commonality. So yeah, but there's ridiculous amounts of evidence. I see this kid is not presenting any of it because he probably doesn't know it, which is not his fault, but he did choose to get into the conversation. Jinju, good to see you. Yep, the misunderstanding runs deep in this one. It absolutely does.
We look at Lucy, she looked like a humanoid of a half chimp, half ape. Just because there's an extinct ape with slightly longer femurs does not automatically mean the assumption is that that's the missing link.
So you don't believe in
No one said it was the missing link. He's completely misrepresenting the science here. This dude is a dishonest piece of shit.
Evolution.
As an origin, no. As a process, I do. Absolutely, dude. Meaning, and you actually think of Darwinism as an example. Darwinism didn't really push evolution as an origin. That was more of a theory. He pushed evolution as a process. So we look at the finches.
That is the theory. God, this guy is bad.
He just used the word origin. Darwin was not talking about abiogenesis at all. So yeah, he's screwing up all over.
And yeah, whoever pointed out that he's just gish galloping. Yeah, Sir Equinox 42 is gish galloping goober. Yeah, it's just like blah 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 blah, and just nonsense. This dude is bad. This dude is terrible. I'm gonna tag this really quick. If no one's ever pointed out this guy, like how dishonest this guy is. Christ developed. And let me grab the link. And thank you, Jared Reed, for sharing this over.
Oh, and hold on, we've got a super chat in from Nana for Bacon for $10.
Oh, thank you so much. NANA for $10 says, I'd like to know why most theists only quote the New Testament claiming how God loves all, and yet the Old Testament, God is very vengeful. Why is the Old Testament ignored? For that very reason, because reconciling the two gets really, really difficult. You get into things like dispensationalism. When you're trying to bring someone into the faith, it's much easier to focus on the lovey-dovey hippie shit, which is a complete misrepresentation of like the nuances. And then after they've been brought in, then slowly but surely kind of feed them how to reconcile the logical contradictions, how to reconcile the all the major issues that come along with that. So they with a non-believer or someone who has very, very limited knowledge of what's going on, you start with the hippy dippy lovey stuff, and then years later you kind of spoon feed them how to deal with all the nonsense. You know, once they've accepted the claim that the God exists and Christianity is true. And I'll make sure that I saved that. Yes, okay. This dude is terrible.
That was his biggest thing. Some birds are going to have long beaks. Some are going to have short beaks based on their food, their environment, their atmosphere.
That's called evolution. Those are literally, so those genes were what we're selected for. How is this hard to understand? He's literally describing it.
That's biological.
Messenger reveals destiny. Good to see you. Most Christians are taught that Jesus is the new covenant, therefore the old covenant is no more. Yes, there are apologetics that get them all kinds of twisted. Agreed.
I have longer hair than me. I have a thicker hair texture. African people might have a bigger nose. That's normal. But that doesn't just
That's evolution.
equate that we came back through a common ancestor. And I want to make this very clear too.
Okay.
Darwin, he
Good to see you, Matt G.
came a couple hundred years ago. He believed that in this time we would find tons of intermediary bones.
Which we have, because all organisms are technically transitions between their progenitors and their offspring. So everything is transitional. So when we find fossils, those are those represent transitions from prior forms to newer forms. He doesn't understand evolution, or he does, and he's completely misrepresenting it on purpose. So yeah, and Jose points out, and then we did. It's like he predicted it, and then we did.
There's not been a single bone found that has human DNA and ape DNA.
That's not how that works. Why? What is this nonsense?
We are apes.
We are apes. We are
We're
taxonomically
apes.
classified. This is what the. Oh.
Okay, this guy apparently went to the great school of Crocoduck.
Yes, he did. It's like, because that's not how anything works.
This guy does not have his Crocoducks in a row. Okay.
No, he does not. Oh,
No.
damn it. Who was that in the Discord? Shit. Now, we were muted, so they left.
Right. Well, I don't think that it's.
What I mean by he has a caveat. What I mean by this is all extinct species were human. Homo Neanderthal, Erectus, Homo habilis. They're all currently extinct, yeah, but they're all taxonomically apes. So.
I'm struggling.
But push back.
Yeah, no, of course. That's what I'm here to do, obviously. But it's too distracted. I guess so.
Neanderthal. So he puts this up. Neanderthal DNA is about 99.7% identical to anatomically modern Homo sapiens when he lined it up base by base, close to any living primate. But he recognizes primates, interbreeding people today whose ancestors live outside. Yeah. Okay, so this is understood. But he recognized the common ancestry between us and our nearest related genus, genetically related genus, which is Pan, and acknowledging that. So that's where we would get that as like the common ancestor that we shared with the next genus over. Not the ones that are members of our own genus, which all disseminated down from that common ancestor.
What would be your explanation for, it might be kind of stupid, but like all of the variations of dogs that we have? Do you not agree that like...
Perfect example, love it.
That's artificial selection.
Came from like a dog and just eventually...
But you hit the point on the head. That's still within the genus, the family of dog.
Right.
Because that's not the atheistic worldview. The atheistic worldview is that slime-headed rock could turn into a reptile, turn into an amphibian, turn into a mammal, which then turn into a human. That's your worldview. Yes, dogs have adaptations, but that's...
No. How he just described it are like steps along an incredibly complex and very long, like over a tremendous amount of time. I hate it when they're reductive like this because they reduce it to, they literally present it in such a reductive way that it appears to be absurd. So,
well, it's not really. He didn't actually even do that. What he did is he just tried to say, I'm going to show you somebody taking 3 steps, and then he's going to say, and that's why walking a mile is impossible. Because when you're talking about the evolution of dog, we know that that's a very small slice. Well, yeah. Well, what will dogs look like after, I don't know, 1 million years?
Right.
Who knows? See, because he's only talking, when you talk about dogs, we know we're looking at a tiny sliver. Of course we don't see that much change over that much time. We're not expecting to. That's the problem.
Right. Yeah, he's going for Pokemon evolution yet again. So
his argument hasn't even fit its final form yet.
Right.
Evolution.
Okay.
You got to show where a dog came from a cat and a cat came from a frog.
No, that's not how that works. We can show where a dog, we can show where caniform and feliform had a common ancestor, which specifically, if you knew what the hell he was talking about, and feliform, the common ancestor of caniforms and feliforms was a species of small arboreal insect-eating mammals called myocetes, or myosids, which lived during the Eocene epoch, approximately 50 to 60 million years ago. These early carnivorans were generalists, and their descendants split into the 2 major suborders recognized today about 42 to 47 million years ago: Caniformia and Feliformia. It's not that hard. So it's not that one gave birth to the other. It's that they both have a common ancestor. How's it going, America First? We're currently live on YouTube. If you're a believer and would like to talk about what you believe and why, the link is in the side chat.
Into this.
Okay. Well, I mean, it didn't happen like that, I assume.
That's true, Jinju. They're related to bears. As a matter of fact, Caniformia includes pretty much, bears, sea lions, basically all mustelids, all pinnipeds. It's a wide variety. Raccoons, you name it. So this is also how we know that hyenas are more closely related to cats than they are to dogs, despite their forms. So, but then we're getting into genetics. Thank you so much, NANA, for gifting 10 memberships to the Godless Army. I do appreciate that. All you new members enjoyed those custom emojis that I made for you, and of course the channel badge.
How would happen?
I guess I would.
Like, where did we start?
I'm not able to give this argument justice. I need to do more research on evolution.
No, it's not. No, it's not as it sounds. But this is an individual who doesn't know what they're talking about. He's literally arguing against the lowest hanging fruit is the problem. Against an actual evolutionary biologist, they would eat this dude's lunch. And he probably wouldn't be given a chance to talk.
But as far as I understand, well, like a dog didn't come from a cat.
I agree with you.
They both came from a mammal.
But where'd the mammal?
They both came from a mammal, right?
Come from?
What do you mean?
That mammal itself shared common ancestry with a prior organism. So it goes all the way back. Okay, so in all of them, eukaryotes. Okay, so he doesn't wrap his, or he's got to understand this to just be lying. I'm just going to call him a liar.
Where'd the mammal come from?
Whatever came before that.
So show me where a mammal comes from a reptile. That's kind of the point I'm making.
Well,
okay, so as far as eukaryotes go, The eukaryotic organisms that branch off would probably be hundreds of millions of years ago when they branched off. As a matter of fact, by the estimate, let me find out. Because this is something I actually need to remind myself of. Between mammals and reptiles was a basal amniote, a small lizard-like creature that lived during the late Carboniferous period about 320 to 310 million years ago. This ancestral creature was neither a reptile nor a mammal, but the evolutionary starting point for both, because its genetics presented in a way that was essentially both of them. And then those selected off through population dynamics and went off in their own directions and speciated away from one another. So, and I love the way these bad boys look. Basal amniote. Synapsida. Diverse group of tetrapod vertebrates that includes all mammals and their extinct relatives. That's why we can show a picture of Dimetrodon. This is one of my favorite. I just love this. When we look at a picture of Dimetrodon, that's a synapsid. Okay, Dimetrodon is not a reptile, which I think is awesome. So, synapsid and sauropsid. Yep. It belongs to a group called synapsids, which are more closely related to modern mammals than they are to true reptiles or dinosaurs. Dimetrodon lived about 295 to 272 million years ago, long before the first dinosaurs appeared. It lacked chemomammalian features like fur and mammary glands. However, its evolutionary ties to mammals are evident in its skeleton, skull structure, specialized teeth. So, yeah. More related to mammals than they are to reptiles, despite the way that they look. So like in this picture right here, this would cover about 320 million years of evolution, and that thing at the very back would be something like a Dimetrodon, or would be along those lines.
But
a mammal wouldn't come from a reptile. A reptile and a mammal would come from the same thing.
Not from a true reptile. True, not from a true reptile. Those went in a different direction, which is where we have the connections between the avian dinosaurs, which branched off from those.
Does that make sense?
Say it again.
I said a mammal would not come from a reptile.
Right.
A mammal and a reptile would come from the same common ancestor.
But where'd that common ancestor come from?
Right.
Where's that common ancestor? Well, because the atheistic world, don't take my word for it.
I currently just don't have that.
No, the atheistic worldview is that slime.
He's already said multiple times that he's not the expert on this, and he says, the Christian over here says, don't take my word for it. But his is the only word that he's got. And thank you, Messenger Reveals Destiny, for 20 memberships to the Godless Army. I thank you so much for gifting those. All you new members, enjoy the custom emojis I made for you, and of course the channel badge. We may be closing in on unleashing the Krakatoni emoji.
Hit a rock, okay, and that rock, no life, began to have life. That's called abiogenesis. That already is.
No, it's not. It's literally a chemical process. Oh, paying it forward. Oh, very cool. It's literally complex. It's organic chemistry. What the hell is this guy doing?
Never happened. We've never been able to observe. That's a miracle, okay? The chance.
No, it's not. The evidence indicates that is what most likely happened. We have tons of evidence for it.
Of it happening are like winning the lottery a trillion times.
No, it's not. Big number scary. We Andrew and I hear this all the time. Like, ooh, big number scary. No. The things that are assumed to be true in order to calculate these kinds of odds are ridiculous. Number one, it assumes that an entity exists to do it, and did it specifically because the odds are so high it couldn't have happened on its own. But that's also assuming that there's a goal in mind. If there is no goal in mind, then this is what happened. It could have been any other way, but it happens to be this way. This is what you get when you start indoctrinating people to believe that they are special in the universe. They start saying, "Well, if we're so special, look at the odds. We could have been gone. We could have been killed off in the Toba eruption. Well, I guess there's a God that didn't want us to die off in that." No, that's not the way that works. This is literally top-down, backward-ass thinking. This does not work. This dude is annoying me. I don't like this guy.
Do you know what the odds of getting a royal flush is?
High. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Well, see, they judged that based on that being the specific outcome. Now, technically, it's exactly the same as any other hand. Any set of cards
that's true.
is as likely as any other set of cards. There's just as many of each card. And yeah, one combination is exactly the same as any other combination.
Let's see. Well, it says 1 in every 649,740 hands. The chance of being dealt a royal flush is the chance of being dealt one is 1 in 649,740 hands. What is the
It's about the phrasing. It's about that getting that specific.
Oh yeah, that getting, because we've defined that, because we defined that specific one, right?
Because that is the goal. But the odds of that hand versus any other hand is equal.
Any other hand, like any other presentation of 5 cards, right?
Yes.
Any other presentation. We're just saying that
pick
particular
any
one
other
is
5.
special, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the odds are the same across the board, right?
It shows the goal. The goal is it's being preloaded.
Yeah, exactly.
And
that single cell.
This Gish Gallagher. This guy's a motor.
It says if we're talking purely naturalistic evolution as an origin, it wouldn't be an origin. That would be starting with abiogenesis, life from non-life, and then progressing from a fish to a human. He doesn't seem to realize that humans are Sarcopterygians, so we do share a common ancestor. And in fact, our closest living genetic relative in fish is the Australian giant lungfish. The odds are so astronomically low that no, they're not. They're not. He's preloading with all this shit. Point relative for $5 says hyenas being more closely related to cats makes me rethink the Lion King. Right? It really does. And thank you, Point Relative, for that super chat.
Amoeba continued to grow. It eventually grew fins. From a fish, it turned into an amphibian. From an amphibian, it turned into a reptile. From a reptile, it turned into a mammal. That is how we got here.
We got ourselves a Discord.
Yeah. Oh, how's it going, Essa? Now I can't hear them. So, and the way he's describing this, no, it's not like these one. He's describing it like Pokemon, and he's wrong on this. So he is blatantly misrepresenting what evolution is to this kid who obviously does not know what evolution is and what it entails. So it's the ignorant talking to the ignorant, and no one is correcting them, which is deeply problematic.
Yo, what's good, man?
How's it going, Essa? We're live on YouTube at the moment. If you're interested in joining the stage, if you're a believer and want to talk about what you believe and why, the link is in the side chat. Yeah, because I'm currently live on YouTube. So. Okay. Yeah, if we're still live, I'll be here. I'm an atheist. Do what now? Yeah. Okay, cool. Will do. Like that. And yeah, so this is a complete misrepresentation of evolution as it is. So big numbers.
That's not my claim. That is atheistic claim.
No, it's not. It's not even what atheists claim. Why is he strawmanning it? Oh, I would love to have a conversation with this guy. I really would.
All right. Now, can it happen? Yes. There is a very slight chance it can, but I would say it's actually more reasonable and logical that God created.
No, it's not, because that's assuming the thing exists to do the thing that you think it do. So, and he's already acknowledged that it's possible that evolution occurs. So it is, even though he's wrong about how he's describing it, but nonetheless, he is not acknowledging. He's just assuming that God exists. So he's still begging the question.
Us and animals as their species, and we evolved over time. Microevolution. That's my standpoint.
Like the dog analogy, I guess.
Sure.
Where we had one dog and now we have many types of dogs. Yeah.
No. Well, you had multiple different species across the board, but the domesticated dogs we have now are artificially selected out of wolves. And Greg Sanich, good to see you.
Or wolf or whatever it is.
Sure, right. Well, not even common wolves. Common wolves would have also came from the same common ancestor that our dogs do now.
Okay, sure.
But is that? I need more experience debating. Is that not, I guess, a reasonable explanation for the rest of life? I know you're going to say no. I phrased that awfully.
No, dude.
I know.
But again, dude, I need to make this very clear. It's not my job to fully convince you that Christianity is true, nor is it your job to fully convince me.
Right.
All we can do is we can infer evidence. It can happen, dude, but what I do is I just have to look at things from an objective standpoint. Which one makes more sense? Atheism with evolution can happen, but it is so much more faulty than we've been taught to believe. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know. I guess in the way that we haven't seen
This is an argument for personal incredulity at this point. I mean, and he still hasn't defended his position. I love how he's putting science on trial. He has not asked about the justice. I mean, he's not looking at it. He's not addressing the justification for his atheism. So he's not even talking about atheism at this point. This is just science on trial. Therefore, and I don't understand it. Therefore, God. And he's not defending his position either. So this is just this is terrible. Why would he? Andrew, explain to me why he would put this on his. Well, it's because. Why do you think he puts this on his channel?
Well, I mean, he put this here clearly because the person he's talking to is not going to be the one who gives him a lot of pushback. That's the first reason. He put it on here because clearly he doesn't look like he's losing anything. So
That's right.
You know, this is like, I'm not sure what state he's in, but I'm sure it's Texas. You know, so he's not getting the pushback. He's commandeering the entire conversation.
David Hammond.
He's finishing the other guy's sentences. So, yeah, he's getting an opportunity to preach with somebody who's not really giving any pushback.
Oh, wow. He sells coaching lessons. Where is this guy? I can't tell where he's at.
I'm sure it's Texas.
I
can tell it from shots fired.
What? Oh, dang it. Where is this guy? Christ developed. This is his name is David Hammond.
And quick note for Jinx. I think I may have missed it. If you're talking about a like a jump cut from the conversation, I wasn't paying it close enough attention, and indeed, I would expect this to be edited down. Now, whether it's deceptively edited or whether it's just for brevity's sake, we can't say. We need access to more information. But if you caught a jump, I missed it.
DavidHammond.com or DavidCHammond.com. Is this the same guy? No, this is somebody else. Okay, nope. That's somebody different. Who is no Christ developed the chosen disciples. No. Oh, here he is. My goal is to equip you to okay, so thedavidhammond.com. So he has multiple websites. It's the exact same thing.
And resist oppression, I am a fan of high impact philosophy.
Oh, wow. Coaching 30 minutes, $100. Coaching 60 minutes, $150. Coaching 4 weeks, $250. Coaching 8 weeks, $400.
Now,
for online coaching courses.
Hold on. Now, see those weeks? Am I supposed to count those as like full 24-hour days? Because all of a sudden we went from minute to minute to how much is the day?
It doesn't say a day. It says 30 minutes, 60 minutes, 4 weeks, and 8 weeks.
Wow.
This is fucking
terrible. I love
terrible.
blank checks.
Wow. All right. I don't know where this cat's at. I would, if he was nearby, if he was near me, I'd probably try to track him down so I have a conversation. And I would wear my not today Jesus shirt.
Abiogenesis happen. I haven't seen God create life. I guess. Do you know what I mean? Like I haven't seen him. What was the analogy?
He's
do
this is
that's
yeah,
what this is.
yeah. This is actually not bad. This is Hume. We have no experience of a God doing anything. So he's touching on Hume and doesn't realize he's touching on Hume, which is kind of funny. But that just goes to show how kind of like intuitive it is. Is like when you don't have any priors of that. So how can you say what one thing is when you have no prior?
Like he took a rib from Adam and like created Eve from it.
Sure.
I've never seen that either. So I guess.
So okay, boom. So let's say we're on the same playing field there. This is where I'm going to make inferences based on other things.
Okay.
I'll use morality as an example. From the atheistic worldview, I'm not saying this directly to you, but from the atheistic worldview, there is
atheism is not a worldview. I would have caught him on that one.
No morality. Now they can.
Wow, I want to hear that shit again.
Well, what was that sentence?
Playing field there. This is where I'm going to make inferences based on other things. Okay. I'll use morality as an example. From the atheistic worldview, I'm not saying this directly to you, but from the atheistic worldview, there is no morality. Now they.
Bullshit.
No morality.
Straight up lying at this point. It's like atheists don't have the capacity to make moral distinctions. Is essentially what he's saying. Wow, this dude is garbage.
They can try to
subjective
argue.
Morality.
There you go. So there's a subjective morality. There's not an objective morality. I would say as a Christian, not only is that very hypocritical, because I actually do believe most atheists act like Christians than most Christians do. I don't think atheists truly believe in a subjective morality. And
I would so crush him on this one. It's too easy. It's just basic Euthyphro dilemma. And he just acknowledged, said no morality. Then the other guy said subjective morality. And then he said, oh, yeah, subjective morality. He just contradicted himself again.
Repeat that. Have him repeat that last line because there's an extra little fun bit in there.
From the atheistic worldview, I'm not saying this directly to you, but from the atheistic worldview, there is no morality. Now they can try to argue.
Subjective morality.
There you go.
So first no morality, and then first no morality, then subjective.
It's subjective morality.
But he's about to make another sentence.
Yeah.
Wait for the next one.
It's a subjective morality. There's not an objective morality. I would say as a Christian, not only is that very hypocritical, because I actually do believe most atheists act like Christians than most Christians do. I don't think atheists truly believe in a subjective morality. And
There it is. I don't believe that most atheists believe in subjective morality. So now he's characterizing. So first it's subjective, but most atheists don't believe that.
This dude is
the mischaracterization, like. Picasso here is painting with like a football field-sized brush. This guy's dog food. This guy's dog food.
I like what Spam points out. I just keep registering all the dominance tactics he's using. This is disgusting. Yeah, this dude is bad.
You gotta realize that table is the only thing from like stopping him from going postal.
Yeah,
that's like the safety barrier for his audience's sake. He understands that he's a threat.
This is probably why it's best that I don't do these things. I would be in this dude's grill. I mean, not badly. I would not let him get away with this shit. He's obviously not intending to hold these conversations with people, or he's not showing the conversations that he's had with people who know what they're talking about. So we're keeping the intellectual dishonesty in mind from the very jump.
Remember, folks, 60% of the time,
it works every time.
They do, though. If they do, because some are consistent, you can't condemn anything. I think that's a problem.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. This guy does not know philosophy. Either that or he does, and he's fucking lying.
Because then it's based on the moral consensus. I'll just finish this.
That's how we do it. He literally said we can't do it, and then he said how we do it.
But not even, though. See, the thing is that he went down to you can't condemn anything, down to now I need a multitude to do it. I need people to agree with me. No, I can condemn you individually.
We can do it solo. I can condemn your ass all day long. Doesn't matter. I mean, whether or not everyone else agrees with me is entirely a separate point. But he literally said you can't do it, and then pointed to how we do it, which is. This guy is awful.
See, that's the difference between I was going to go dark. I almost went there. It almost escaped my mouth.
How old? I wonder. I got to find out. Let me see. Wait 1 second. I got to see.
I'm betting he's just like 2 college kids on a campus.
This is just straight up. Yeah, this dude is bad. Atheist versus Christian debate. It's not even really a debate. It's just him gish galloping all over.
No, this is edited and selected footage while he,
I want to see how old this video is. No, I don't want to see your stupid. Oh. All right. How old is this video? This video is 8 months old.
That's still in steam and fresh territory.
Ryan Murphy says, our intrepid atheist was simply on his way to English Lit, is now very confused about all kinds of stuff. Moral consensus sounds pretty secular to me. Yeah, right. I hate it when assholes like this, apologist, bank on the, they literally are banking on the ignorance of other people. It's just so incredibly just trash. I'm just going to leave that comment for him.
In the 1800s was slavery, right? An atheist cannot condemn that. An atheist cannot say that that's bad.
Yes, we can. We just don't say it's a bad, like objectively bad. We say we find it to be bad. We can still classify it as being wrong.
That's just the moral consensus. The moral consensus was that's a black guy and it was legal. In the Holocaust, that was legal. That's just a Jewish person. You cannot attribute for that. Where with the Christian, I can call things good and wrong because of God's word.
No, because God has subjectively said it, or you think your version of God has subjectively said it. The Third Reich, the people who were for that, believed that their God, the God they believed in, was saying it was right for them to do it. So it's still subjective. He still can't get around it. It's objective to his God, and he just literally, what's the term that John Cohen uses, or that Sean used over on John Cohen's channel? I like the way he puts it. He is outsourcing his morality to his God monster. So it's for him, it's not even morality on the Christian side. It's about obedience. It's whatever God says is the key. So, but it's still subjective because it's still mind dependent, which is something he's not getting. If he knew the Euthyphro dilemma, he would know it.
Sure, because it is, I guess, my subjective morality, right? I personally can still make claims. Like,
you can?
I think that slavery was wrong. I think that the Holocaust was wrong.
Yep. But what if he says it's right?
That's a conflict between two stances, and then we would solve that by appealing to literally going to the majority. It's like, what do we hold? What do we collectively agree upon? And then you have an option. You can fight against it. You can try to overturn it. You can try and win hearts and minds by convincing people that it's wrong, or you can just leave the society, which we saw both of throughout history.
Or
I would disagree.
You take out the other guy.
Or you take out the other dude.
Yeah.
Or you just go to war about it. Yeah.
That's exactly it. Because like Protestants and Catholics never did anything like that.
Right.
Agree with him.
But how? And so I like this because I believe you actually you have right and wrong. I think all do. Here's the problem. That's fine. You believe it's wrong. He believes it's right. When everything is up to the moral consensus and subjectivity, what's the final authority? You know what it comes down to? The moral consensus. Who do more people agree with you or with him? So in America now, okay, there's about 1 million abortions a year in America.
Right.
The moral consensus is that's a parasite. That's healthcare. How can the atheist be able to usurp that? You can't, because at the end of the day, that's just your preference, dude. Where with Christians, and that's why it was Christian.
It's your preference based upon whatever you think your God is saying. It's still your preference. Literally, it's still the same conflict. The conflict he's identified between this guy and the slavery thing is still existing there. It's still his preference. He just doesn't have a personal preference. He has imported the God's preference and established and taken it as his own. So it's all it is. He's outsourced his morality. The problem still exists. He hasn't actually addressed anything.
abolitionists in the 1800s that freed the slaves. Why? Not because of what I think, but because the Word of God says. And I just
No, it's not because of the Word of God. No. Oh, this is trash.
think it's very dangerous. You can search up too. The bloodiest century in the entire world was the 20th century. Mao, Stalin, Hitler.
Wow.
If he calls them atheists, so many talking points. This is just Gish galloping apologetic talking points. That's all he's doing. I'm willing to bet we should have just gone with Godwin's law, but he's about to he's probably about to claim that these guys were atheists and they did it in the name of atheism.
Lenin.
Don't bring Lenin into that shit because Lenin was against Stalin. Right, he is importing what he thinks his God said. Agreed. He has outsourced his morality for God's preferences.
These were inspired by what? Christian values or atheistic values?
Neither. They neither one.
You have to stamp a label, obviously, on these things, right? Somebody's got to take ownership of these. It's like nothing can be shared, nothing can be unique. Nah.
This guy is like straight up. He does not know his history, or what was the goal of communism, and how Stalin was a megalomaniacal psychopath that people didn't want in power, but they couldn't unseat him.
Atheist, man.
Well, I mean, Hitler was a.
They say he was a Christian, but he wasn't, dude. He
was. This guy's never read Mein Kampf. He was straight up believed that he was God's tool on earth. He viewed the actions of the Third Reich as divine providence. This is clearly in his writings, in his own voice. So
he was a pagan who said that he was Christian, but it's very hypocritical because I can say
no, it's not. It's a version of Christianity that he literally that's what he believed in. It was you could technically say he was an eclectic neo-paganistic Christian is what he was. It took elements of Christianity and neo-paganistic elements and just what he preferred and just wound them all together. He aligned the contemporary Christianity ideas at the time, the ones that were the ones that he felt worked for him, and then tied them in with the kind of like the paganistic Germanic traditions of the past. And so that's how we wound them all together by not ignoring Germany's past, especially in the face of the Roman Empire. So he took these concepts and wove them together into this very eclectic belief system, but he did believe God existed and he believed he was God's instrument on earth. This guy doesn't understand. He doesn't know history. Like you say, he probably gleaned these talking points from some other dipshit.
I'll give you an example, right? If I say that I'm a Christian and I go kill people, am I being genuine? No.
Right.
Yes, if you believe that God told you to do so.
I can say I'm a dog and then pretend I'm a cat. I can legitimately say I'm a dog now. So we have to look at the fruits. And here's one thing I will say. We do know that Hitler was inspired by atheistic values.
No, he was not. He certainly was not. This is a lie.
What's an atheist value?
This guy's just straight up lying now.
I missed the memo. I didn't get the checklist. How am I supposed to be am I supposed to be an atheist without a checklist?
I like this. Ken Speaks said young Dexter Morgan in the background there. This guy right here. And spam, you can type as much as you like. Okay? You can type as much as you like. Why do people like being controlled by religion? Is it the same syndrome MAGA has that makes them want a king? Probably. I say there's some parallels there. So it was Pascal's wager with a ton of tanks.
Whether he was an atheist or not, I'll agree. He was an atheist. He believed in, it was actually the Ubermensch. It was paganism. He believed that. He was inspired by atheistic worldviews, and he was...
he's just running roughshod all over this kid. This kid doesn't know how to respond. So, the second atheist formed the philosophical background. No, it did not. This is a lie. This is a straight up lie.
Inspired by social.
In fact, in his own words, Hitler deeply despised atheists.
Social Darwinism, eugenics.
Okay.
That was a result of Ernst Haeckel's manipulation or twisting of Darwin's ideas. So good ideas can be twisted into bad things by bad people, just like how communism was twisted into something terrible by Stalin. By the way, none of this is evidence that a God exists. He still has yet to defend his position and to justify it as being true over not believing. So he still hasn't done anything. He's gish galloped away from his burden of proof is what he's done.
Right, yeah.
Which is where we came. So you're linking the dots. That's why I'm against that too.
I guess I have two things.
And this is a very, very good question, by the way.
Right. So one is we can agree that Hitler used God to motivate his troops to do the horrible things
Sure.
that happens, right?
The wrong God. I wouldn't say that's the Christian God, but yes.
Right.
So if he believed that the God existed, then it wouldn't be an atheist. He just contradicted himself again. Yes, PhD Tony. Mustache Man thought atheism was animalistic and barbaric. Right. He had a deeply despised atheists.
But now it's the wrong God, and there's apparently
right.
He's not a true Scotsman, apparently.
But remember, he was an atheist. He didn't believe a God existed. Oh, but wait, he did, but it was the wrong God. Oh, this dude is such trash.
Yeah, the contradictions are pretty awesome.
You see this guy's face in the background? That's my face. What is this guy talking about?
The wrong.
But I would say he used predominantly over that. He used social eugenics and Darwinism.
Sure, right.
Which is the fruit of atheism.
No, it's not. Darwin was a friggin' Christian.
To do that. Mal, you get to behind the scenes of the crowd? So yes, I would say he used much more of an atheistic worldview opposed to a Christian worldview, because then if it is the Christian worldview, you'd have to show me where did Jesus say, yeah, go take all the Jews and kill them.
And then I guess my second point is,
Hold on.
you say...
Okay. Now, according to Luke, I can tell you where Jesus said, hey, round up the non-believers and slay them before my eyes. So technically, I think that's close enough.
Oh, it's Ryan Murphy. Oh, good. The guys in the white van have arrived. Take him away. Because he is spouting nonsense.
Atheistic worldview as if this is defined. I have not personally seen a defined atheistic worldview.
Right. And that's the problem, though. Exactly. What is an atheistic worldview?
It's not anything. It's one position.
No, hold on. Now we've hit ultimate contradiction, because he's been talking about the atheist worldview, and now he's saying that we can't say there is an atheist worldview. So we've come full contradiction now.
Oh, this dude. Oh, fuck.
But he is trash.
Because
you've been referring to one, so.
Well,
there you go. That's the call out. That was the call out.
He called him on it. Props to this kid. Props to him. He called him on it.
So I'm referring, as an apologist, I have to refer to its furthest logical conclusion.
Okay.
I look at Christianity as its furthest logical.
Hold on. You mean the slipperiest of slopes? I mean, like, we're talking Crisco here. We're like in full, like, maybe Astroglide territory of slippery slopes.
Oh.
Yeah.
This shit is too.
In atheism, I don't believe you actually are an atheist. I don't believe you're living as an atheist. You may claim to be. I don't believe you're living it, because you do have an objective right and wrong.
No, he doesn't. He has a stance to. What the shit? Here, I don't believe that you're actually an atheist. I believe you claim to be one, but you're not one, because all the stuff that would require me to be able to read your fucking mind to tell you about you. This is what you actually are. This guy can go fuck himself.
Oh boy. Do you realize with that kind of proximity the fun I would have? Oh boy.
Fuck this guy.
You know what my solution for that challenge is, right? Because apparently if he's such a good mind reader, we're going to play a little game. I'm going to just do the simple thing of picking a number between 1 and 10. And if you get it wrong, I'm going to punch you in the face. And we're going to repeat until morale improves.
I would hit him with this question. I mean, one of the first questions I would hit him with is like, do you acknowledge that it is within the realm of logical possibility that you could be wrong? I would straight up ask him that. Do you hold that it is logically possible that all of the shit that you're spouting is wrong? Is it logical? Is there any contradiction? And if he says, "Oh, it's impossible to be wrong," I would just hammer him on that shit. So this dude has been huffing his own farts for way too long. He needs to be taken down a notch or two, at least publicly, because if I did it, if I went and found this guy to go talk to him, I would bring someone to videotape us. That way I could show him getting demolished. Either that or show him being like, oh, I'm just not going to talk to you anymore. You know, like I'm just done. I would want either that or watching me just take his lunch money away from him and go spend it on hookers and blow.
And even if you don't, then you have no power to, like, in law, should we put things that are subjective and just up to the moral consensus? Because
yes, that's what we do. It's called the legal system. They're literally what we agree upon to keep people safe as best we can, keep them safe and happy and healthy as best we can. And yes, there are disagreements on what should be legal, which is exactly what we expect to see in a system in which moral inclinations moral evaluations are subjective.
Now,
what is the issue here?
The issue is, I don't think this kid saw that cartoon of how a bill becomes a law and realizes it is by majority.
I'm just a bill.
It's like, no, you can't just like vote on this. And I don't think you understand how law works. That's
what created the bloodiest century, the 20th century in all existence.
You think that was the bloodiest in all existence? What about the century when the Toba eruption went off and damn near wiped our species off the face of the planet? What about that time? Yeah, a lot of people have died, but, you know, come on, dude. Seriously? Yeah, like in wars, sure. A lot of people have died. But it's not because of atheism. Mostly it's because of religion. Because one group of people believed that their God was the right God and everyone else's God was wrong. And if they didn't convert, then they deserved to die because they were a threat to the power of the religion, to their control. So that's what history shows us. Vast majority of the bloody conflicts he's talking about were as a result of religion.
Laws that were funded by who or support what? Christian values.
Okay. Sure. I mean, I think even under an atheistic system with subjective morality, we can agree on objective rules.
How?
Yes, no, it's two different things.
Oh, he screwed up here.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
What he's trying to express is correct. We can agree on rules that we all abide by, with the goal being in mind of remaining a part of the society. So the rules for living in the society, they're goal oriented. The goal is to stay within society and enjoy its benefits. But in order to do that, we have to abide by these established rules. Yes, they are subjectively applied, they are subjectively derived, but they are objectively true in accordance with accomplishing the goal. Just like the game of chess. The game of chess, in order to win a game of chess, it is objectively true that you must play by the rules of chess, because if you don't, you're not playing chess and you can't win a game of chess. So it literally is analytically true is what it is. That's when it becomes just true by definition. So
I mean, like you said, it's what the general consensus.
So then it's not objective though, because if this guy disagrees, then it's not.
Well, yeah, he disagrees, but the system itself is objective.
But the problem, I like this. This is very good. The problem with that though is that who's to say that won't change 100 years from now?
It could, just like just like whatever your God passed down. You would agree it would change with the new covenant because it's subjective to the God. Why is he not seeing this?
Under that worldview, who's to say in 100 years all white people should be enslaved? If that's the moral consensus, you and I can say nothing against.
We won't be alive in 100 years. What the fuck are you talking about?
That I can't because we're made in the image of God, but the atheist can't. You're just a number. It's a preference. Everyone here thinks that they should kick rocks, right?
Right.
I'm not saying it to you, but do you see the danger of it?
Sure, but I guess I would have more hope for humanity.
Me too,
we wouldn't do
but
that.
Because I think they're being hypocrites. I think they're actually living under a Christian.
They're not. And plus, he made the statement about us being a Christian nation. He may come up with this. So
Christian worldview. I mean, bro, you're in America here. This was founded by Christian values.
No, it was not. It was founded on secular principles, is what it was founded on. And that's why you don't find any mention of God or Jesus within the Declaration or the Constitution.
If you want to truly live like an atheist, go to China and North Korea, or not Russia anymore, but China and North Korea. That's a communist. It is illegal to have religion.
They're communist, okay? They don't have the rights that we have here. So this isn't about being an atheist or being a believer. It's about the rights that are established of the system, which themselves are subjectively derived and applied over the entire system. And if you want to be a part of the system, you have to play by the rules. The contradictions abound with this dumbass.
You know, there's actually quite a number of Christian churches in China, right? It is not an atheist country. There are so many different faiths that are represented there. They got to be careful about how it's spoken. They get, don't get me wrong, because they're still looking for the same kind of control to make sure that they don't form social upset. But there's plenty of actual different beliefs active with churches in full view in China. This guy is a dumbass.
This guy's really, really bad. And this, I just went to to the comments on his deal. Says, "Wow, a respectful discussion." This was not a respectful discussion. He is literally steamrolling over this kid. This guy is after God's own heart. He's a piece of shit. I would agree with that one.
Religion.
Sure.
That's the fruits of atheism, dude. We have to go to.
No, it's not. It's the fruits of literally an imperialist regime. It's about maintaining power. That's what it's about. It's not about atheism.
It's furthest logical conclusion. I think you're a good guy. I think that you have the bed. I know you have the bedwork and the frame of a Christian system. But what a lot of atheists or agnostics do, because I did this, is it's a little hypocritical. We take on the framework, like the house of the Christian value system, morals, whatever. Let's just keep it with morals. But then we put our.
But Christianity took that from Judaism. Judaism took that from Zoroastrianism, and so on and so forth, all the way back to when they were first written down by the Mesopotamians. So he's giving Christianity way too much credit here.
Don't sprinkle on top and say no, but I'm an atheist. I just don't think that's genuine.
No, I mean, yeah.
No, it is, because we can acknowledge where these things come from, and it doesn't matter, because even if it were the case that a bunch of people believed that God existed and they wrote down rules, and those rules were actually like really efficacious for having a surviving society and maintaining society for a long period of time, even if it were the case, that if that would not logically entail that a God exists. It merely entails that a group of people believed a God existed and believed that there were rules that the God passed down and that they instituted those rules and it works. Doesn't mean that God exists. That's begging that does not logically follow. So it's two separate claims.
I wouldn't say that's inaccurate. I guess then we get into like nature versus nurture. I mean, this is what we've learned, right? I guess we couldn't attribute that to growing up Christian.
Sure. And there's some hypocrite Christians, man. Absolutely. That's why, what did I say? It's not religion.
And I would have used that to get back to the topic at hand. How does he know his God exists to do anything that he thinks it do? Because he hasn't jumped that gap yet. He's literally assuming and then operating from there. So,
are you born again? Because when you're born again, you have a new desire of the Holy Spirit within you, which then convicts us to be more like God.
If you are convinced of it, if you are convinced of a proposition, obviously, especially one that entails that your behavior will change, your behavior will change in accordance with what you are convinced of. This is not proof that a God exists. This is proof that somebody can believe something enough to change their behavior. That's all it is.
Or Christ-like.
I don't want to take it.
No, dude, this is great. This is like one of my favorite combos.
I feel big and greedy right now.
No, dude, this is really good. This is good.
I guess as an atheist, how could I go about, I don't know, possibly being Christian?
Yeah, absolutely.
Not that I'm interested.
That's okay. It's okay, man. What I would say, because I was atheist.
Not that he's interested. I like this kid. Oh, somebody in the Discord. Someone in the Discord. Not anymore. Damn it. Oh well. I'll leave myself unmuted.
My whole life too. I would say atheism is a lot more convenient because I'm not saying it's necessarily to you, but in general, because we as individuals don't want to be held.
Atheism is more convenient. Yeah.
Yes, we're lazy. That's why we don't believe in this God. It's scheduling. Scheduling is the issue. I'm sorry. I tried doing the Christianity, but my Sundays just weren't open. Have your people see my people. They'll do lunch.
Yeah, Spam points out, well, you atheists don't want to be responsible. Total inversion of reality. We know we're responsible. Yeah. Oh, well, crap. Our intrepid atheist has fallen for the trap of accepting the premise.
By a moral standard. If I'm an atheist, then I can say whatever I want is good and bad. I can have as much sex as I want. I can do what I want. I can abort my kid. You name it. When there's a moral framework.
No, he can't. Look at that behavior. Trust me. We got some incel. We got some incel material here. Okay, folks. He'd like to think he has.
Does this guy think
he's got game? Okay, I'll give him that. He's got game. That game is solitaire, and it's about to be a function of public indecency. But it's still a game, okay?
What the fuck? He's like, if I'm an atheist, I can just abort my kid. It's like, really? So, like, your capacity for empathy, like your ability to have emotions, like just flies out the window when you're an atheist? Fucking douchebag.
Now, that's repulsive. Our flesh says, I don't want someone to tell me what to do. And that's why a lot of atheists, they stray away from God. And what I would say then is that...
No, that's not what it's about. It's not about wanting... I agree that there are probably some atheists out there that just don't want like the idea of, don't like some idea of an authority over them. Sure, but that's not a justified reason. That's not a rational reason. There's no justified reason to believe that the entity exists. It's not about rebellion. It's about not being convinced of bad ideas. It's like, especially ideas that have no evidence to support them. He's once again straw manning atheism.
You have to acknowledge you're being your own God. We have to humble ourselves and say, I am wrong. That's what it means to repent, to acknowledge, to change.
I'm Zeus.
I became a god. I could become a god, according to this guy?
Apparently.
Wow. I love the incredible depth. I didn't even need to be all powerful. I just needed to like want to do my own thing.
I'm Zeus. What did Jinju send us? This is the graphic I asked Andrew about. Notice the column of fish to human. Abiogenesis, fish to human, effectively. So abiogenesis, 10 to the negative 47. Fish to humans, 10 to the negative 20, effectively 0%. Negative 10 to the 47 times negative 10 to the... negative 10 to the negative 47 times negative 10 to the negative 200 equals negative 10 to the negative 247. Probability calculation for evolution as an origin plus fish to human macroevolution by unguided natural processes. What is this nonsense? This is fucking... apparently, say this is the graphic he Jinju asked you about.
Yeah, I saw it on your channel.
Okay.
Actually, I thought he was going to toss... When he said Discord, I thought he was going to toss it into the live chat we're on right over there.
He messaged it to me directly.
Yeah, no, I saw it on yours. Yeah. It took me a moment, like as soon as I realized, hey, wait, he never posted it.
Yeah, it jumped by an exponent. Oh, wow.
Our mind. Before I was born again, bro, I thought I was living fine. The atheist thinks his worldview is fine, but the Bible says that
it's rationally justified. Welcome to it.
Wages of sin is...
So Bible says the wages of sin. Okay. Oh, but a book says a thing.
Oh, but a book says a thing. Yeah, but you have to convince me that sin is a fucking thing, dude. This is some Ray Comfort shit.
Death, and we've all fallen short. Me too. So it's repenting and coming back.
I would have to be convinced that my worldview is bad.
And I would say if you continue to go down to its furthest logical conclusion, you will be convinced it's bad.
Right.
No, it's not, because he's not a megalomaniacal psychotic asshole.
Slippery slope, baby.
But even then, if he was a megalomaniacal psychotic asshole, he would still think that he was in the right. So no, that's not the way it works. This shit is not logically entailed. Why is this guy a fucking liar? Oh, I know why. Because when it comes to apologetics, the commandments are more conditionals than they are universals.
I don't know. I think...
Because you're in America, which is a Christian country. Universities were built by...
No, it's not.
Christians. Hospitals were built by Christians.
That's irrelevant.
Our morality was built by Christians. The law...
No, it wasn't.
Was built by Christians. So you're an atheist in a Christian worldview. Sure. If you were to go to China for a year...
That's not what a Christian worldview is. Even if it was the case that this country was built by Christians and that the laws were imposed by Christians and that Christianity came up with all this shit, that one would not logically entail that a God does exist, and it would not entail that disbelief in the existence of that God is somehow irrational. None of that tracks.
Promise you believe in Jesus, and that's actually why the fastest population.
And that would be that would literally be that would be a geographic bias, is what that is. It would not mean that the belief is justified. So,
Of Christians is in China. Isn't that crazy though? That's the atheistic worldview.
Right.
and despite heavy restrictions, periodic crackdowns, Christianity remains one of the fastest expanding faiths in China in absolute numbers. Growth isn't but compared where it started, the increase is dramatic. Nope, it's actually worldwide. It's declining. It's declining the fastest, and it's being overtaken by Islam. Islam and the nuns, which includes agnostics, atheists, non-spiritual, no answer, and of course
Me.
agnostics and atheists. So that one is outpacing. That one's outpacing the growth of Christianity. Christianity is in a decline, and Islam is overtaking it. So,
And I'm petitioning to have it rephrased as noni, not none.
Noni.
Noni. Noni.
I would say, is it a problem that Islam is on the rise? It's on the rise globally speaking, but not so much here in America. But it could be depending upon the interpretation of Islam, like hardcore Sharia shit. That would be deeply problematic. But Islam as a faith, kind of like in the progressive notion of it, is actually not that bad. Although there are, I mean, it's kind of like the softer denominations of Protestantism still have a lot of problems of their own, and that's kind of like the softer versions of Islam as well. But the hardcore Sharia shit, that's pretty much relegated to the East, as far as like strongholds go, because they've established theocracies there. But I would rather see neither one. I mean, over time, eventually they'll both be relegated to the dustbin of history, just like previous religions have been. It just takes time. You think about all the religions that existed prior to them that persisted for thousands of years before they eventually were relegated to the dustbin of history. Eventually, Christianity and Islam, Judaism, all of it will all go into the dustbin as new things are thought up and new evidence is found. So, just takes time.
I'm telling you, bro, you keep going deep, it begins to get a little spooky.
No, it doesn't, because atheism as a position does not logically entail holding to any other particular philosophical or scientific positions. These things are not mutually exclusive. So you address that one point, and then you can address other points on other merits. So the fact that he's lumping these all things in, like he's literally saying like being an atheist logically entails holding to moral nihilism, epistemic nihilism, and something like Machiavellianism, and complete antisocial hedonism, which is not the case.
It's unfortunate where I guess you've attributed like atheist worldviews to have come out to be in these places.
Poor.
But, right, very poor. But I guess I'm not convinced that this would happen in every case.
Okay, sure, man. Well, I'll tell you this. I'm actually an immigrant from Canada. I lived in Canada 6 months ago.
Uh-oh. He's repping Canada.
Wait, he left 6 months ago?
Apparently.
No takebacks.
yeah.
Suck it. Suck it. Sorry. Not sorry.
was becoming communist. They were this close to banning the
Oh, is Canada becoming communist?
Bible in public. But the news is not going to talk about this. And
Hang on a sec.
I guess you've attributed like atheist worldviews to have come out to be.
Spam goes here, so he was thrown out of Canada. I get it. We threw out Ken Ham.
in these places.
Poor.
But,
Jessica says the Muslim majority countries with large growing Muslim populations are Southeast Asia and Africa, which is predominantly Sunni Islam. Cool. He just went to see the girlfriend. Is this Pine Creek's son? It seems like it.
right, very poor. But I guess I'm not convinced that this would happen in every case.
Okay, sure, man. Well, I'll tell you this. I'm actually an immigrant from Canada. I lived in Canada 6 months ago. That was becoming communist.
Oh, yes.
Is Canada becoming communist?
No. The answer is no.
I want to see why he thinks it is.
They were this close to banning the Bible in public.
This proposed law would repeal the religious exemption in Section 319 of the Criminal Code, which currently allows some religious expression that otherwise might fall under willful promotion of hatred to be exempt if expressed in good faith on religious grounds. That doesn't sound like banning the Bible.
There is.
Repeal the religious exemption. Oh, the religious exemption, Section 319 of the Criminal Code. Currently, it allows some religious expression that otherwise might fall under willful promotion of hatred to be exempt. Right, okay, so it's basically hate speech. It's basically just it's saying that in okay, so so Section 319, it would repeal the religious exemption in Section 319. Section 319 currently allows some religious expression that otherwise might fall under willful promotion of hatred, hate speech, to be exempt if expressed in good faith on religious grounds. So if a truly believing Christian espouses some truly horrifying hate speech shit, they're exempt. They get an religious exemption from the criminal code because they did it in good faith on religious grounds. They would repeal that in order to literally reduce the amount of hate speech being said, especially I would assume in public. So that seems more progressive to ensure. I mean, that's not saying that they can't believe it. It's not banning the Bible. It's banning you going out there and saying hateful shit and inciting problems is what that is.
Exactly. The book is not being banned. You going out there going, I'm not saying these people should all be disposed of. I'm saying this book that I believe is the absolute truth is saying these people should be disposed of, which is much, much better, clearly. So, yeah, he just did a full bait and switch.
Yep.
This guy, either one of us would have a field day with this guy.
Oh, I would so take his lunch money.
This guy's dog food.
I'd take his lunch money and then take his mom out to dinner.
But the news is not going to talk about this. And the reason when they banned the Bible is because
they didn't ban the Bible.
The news isn't going to talk about this.
They're not going to talk about it because it's not what's happening, you moron. It's like, but the news is not going to tell you this. That's not what they were after. And they're not going to, the news is not going to say it because it would be a lie. So.
Yeah, so.
Breaking news. Journalists, like legitimate journalists, try not to report lies. Like obvious lies. Well, the legitimate journalists, the fake ones, like the bullshit ones here in America, which kowtow to the powers that be. Yeah, they promote lies. But then again, Fox is the Fox corporation is all about entertainment, not actual news. So, so they are just banning using the Bible to support the hate. Not banning the Bible. They're saying that. Remember, look at the Bible is not mentioned anywhere in here. Currently, Section 319 of the Criminal Code allows for a religious exemption when it comes to expressions that otherwise might fall under willful promotion of hatred. So Section 319 provides that exemption. So long as the willful promotion of hatred is expressed in good faith on religious grounds. So long as the person is a true believer and is expressing these things in good faith on religious grounds, they cannot be cited for hate speech or incendiary speech or inciting speech because of their religious exemption. Bill C-367 was proposed to repeal that religious exemption and take, just because you believe in a God or have a certain belief system doesn't make your shit not incendiary hate speech. So you're going to be following that. That's not banning the Bible. That's banning how they conduct themselves. That's literally putting a control on how they conduct themselves in public. And that's for the benefit of all, so that you don't rile people up and get people into fights. That's the whole point. So,
wait, so he's trying to paint a positive thing as a negative thing.
Right, exactly. As like a limitation on his ability to preach the gospel is what he's. So he's saying that the reduction in his ability to express certain ideas in a certain way that could fall under willful promotion of hatred, he's not allowed to. So now he has to readjust how he presents these things so they don't fall under that category, because it's affecting how he presents the gospel. He's not allowed to present the gospel a certain way. Therefore, it is a ban on the way he views his expression, his religious expression. So he's jumped a bunch of gaps to get there, and ignored the positive outcome of what it would be to repeal that. And as a matter of fact, I'm kind of curious about something. Bill C-367. Canada Bill C-367 was a private member's bill introduced November of 2023 by Bloc Québécois leader Yves-François Blanchet. It proposed eliminating the good faith religious expression or belief defense in the criminal code for individuals charged with willfully promoting hatred or anti-Semitism. The The proposal sparked intense public debate. Supporters argued it was necessary to close loopholes and protect vulnerable populations, while opponents raised concerns about free speech and the potential for the over-criminalization of traditional religious views. The bill did not pass, and it died when the 44th Parliament ended in January of 25. It effectively became obsolete and was succeeded by similar legislation like Bill C-373. Bill C-373. It aimed to amend the Canadian Criminal Code by removing the defense that allows individuals acting in good faith to use religious arguments or religious texts to justify the willful promotion of hatred or anti-Semitism.
So
the bill reached.
So the core content was maintained.
Yeah, the bill, the status of that one, the bill reached second reading and was placed on the order of precedence in the House of Commons.
Yeah.
You're more than welcome to come up on the stage and explain to me how I'm misguided. Oh, you don't have a defense for you don't have a defense for your position? I get it. So to review the computer, so nobody can hear you right now except for me. Okay, yeah. If you want to have this conversation, you need to come onto the panel and talk to me there. Did you not read the room deal? The link is in the side chat. Yes, because it didn't happen. Yeah, because it didn't happen. So if you have evidence that it did, please feel free to present it on the stage. Link is in the side chat. I gotta deafen myself so I don't hear him talking to my ear. Look at Bill C9. It just passed today. You were slightly behind. It's Bill C9. It just passed today. Oh, okay. I don't know what's going on in Canada. Bill said that was February 2024. Bill C9. Bill C9. Bill C9, known as the Combating Hate Act, amends the Canadian Criminal Code to strengthen penalties for hate-motivated crimes and protect community spaces. New intimidation and obstruction offenses, hate crime offense, banning hate symbols, streamlined prosecution. Nice. Go Canada. Go Canada. Thank you, Shane. Shane, we're offended. Appreciate or Woyo. Shane, appreciate that for keeping me abreast of that. So Bill C9, which is Bill C9 passed? Yes. The Combating Hate Act has passed both the House of Commons and the Senate. Nice.
Wait. Okay, so it hasn't actually been signed off on yet.
Hang on a sec. Yes, Canada's Bill C9, known as the Combating Hate Act, has passed both the House of Commons and the Senate. You can track the official voting history, key to the passing of the bill.
Yeah, it hasn't been signed off on by the Prime Minister by that definition. So, no, it isn't signed off yet. So right now, let's see. Okay, right now it's sitting in limbo, from what I can tell.
And it will be sent to the Governor General for the final royal assent to formally make it law. Bill C9. So it's passed the Senate, it's passed the House of Commons.
It's still got the Prime Minister, I believe, still has a potential veto on that.
In the Canadian parliamentary system, the Prime Minister does not grant the final signature to pass legislation. Rather, the bill passed both the House of Commons and the Senate, and it will be sent to the Governor General for final royal assent to formally make it law.
Oh, well, there goes that. Well, it ain't there yet. But at the same time, there are some good elements to here. The idea of thinking that you can shelter hate speech, hey, nope, everyone's accountable. I don't care if it's biblically. The Bible says you can hate these people, if the Quran says they can hate these people, I don't care which book it is. Yeah. I support, preventing hate speech. I'm for that.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is odd, given the fact that I despise the Bloc Québécois with a passion. I guess broken clock can occasionally be right.
So, Cindy Johnson, my son was talking about a controversy concerning the art director. If JL had heard anything I was interested in his take. Who are we speaking about specifically? I don't know who specifically we're talking about. I was saying I'm going to delete that and close that. Oh, there it is. Oh, thank you, Andrew. You got it.
I got this.
Concerning the art director of jail, the governor general, who is the local representative, the king is the final say in the law of the land. Yep. This is the movie Obsession. YouTube horror crate. Oh yeah, so Curry Barker. Curry Barker was the director of that film. Is there some sort of thing going on? I hadn't heard of anything. Obsession was a great movie. Really well done. But then again, Curry Barker is enormously talented. So
can have there, because what is communism? The reason religion is illegal in a communist country is because who is the leader? The dictator.
It's not illegal in a communist country. What?
Wow. In the immortal words of Syndrome, you dense motherfucker. This poor kid is a graduate of the school of Dunning and Kruger.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, so here we go. So this is somebody who is working on the film and is annoyed that the film blew up and made as much money as it did, and they didn't see anything off of that. So Obsession was shot on a budget of $750,000, which, by the way, is interesting because that's significantly less than Markiplier spent on Iron Lung, because I believe the budget on that one was $2 million. So Barker and his team, on a budget of $750,000, made a movie that has now grossed $287 million globally. And Sally Choi, who was the art director for the film, went viral after revealing that she was paid $300 a day, totaling $6,741 after taxes. After taxes, this, of course, has sparked a massive debate about below-the-line crew pay and back-end compensation. If she did not have it in her contract that she would get points on the back end, or have some sort of like a percentage of the gross, then she's not entitled to anything more. This is where Curry comes in. So. And there was no additional mileage or expense coverage in what she did. That's like when you're shooting an indie feature, anything below 2 million is going to be considered. I say anything below 5 today, anything below 5 million is going to be considered independent. All right, because money's not what it used to be. So that's the kind of like that's the risks you take. You have a set budget. People are getting paid. If they're not guild. If they're not a part of the union, they're going to get paid like a whatever is decided is best that they can afford. If they're a part of the guild, then they're going to get there's a term for it. The baseline. They're going to get the baseline pay, like the minimum amount they have to be paid per union rules. So scale. They're going to get paid scale. So Curry, he noted on Instagram that while the crew deserves to be recognized, which they do, the individuals who take on the financial risks of an independent production are inherently rewarded the most if the project succeeds. So the individuals took on the financial risks, which would be Curry and the individuals who fronted the money to make the whole thing, because that was independently produced. whoever they put together to get to put that budget together, whatever the production companies were, they're going to make that money because they have the financial stake. If Choi had contributed a significant amount of money or a portion of the budget, they would have had a financial investment coming back to them on the ROI. But she didn't do that. She was hired for a job to be the art director, which is a below the line position. She earned $300 a day across a 26-day shoot, came out to almost a little less than $7,000 after taxes. And that was it. That's what she was contracted to be paid. That was her contract. And she got paid. Most people, like right now, and I have to tell you this right now, Johnny and Eugene are currently in the middle of a legal fight to get paid for a job that they got completely stiffed on. It happens. She should be, I mean, in my eyes, as someone who's been in the industry and been on the end of both sides, who's gotten a nice paycheck and gotten no paycheck when I should have gotten a paycheck, I would say she should thank her lucky stars that she got paid. Because there are a lot of scammers out there that will straight up get your work and then they simply won't pay you. And they'll charge it all to the LLC. And then when people come looking to collect, they'll just bankrupt the LLC and they'll walk away scot-free. A classic industry tactic. So she got paid. She got paid what she was contractually obligated to be paid. She doesn't have she doesn't have an argument here. Had she had it written into her contract that there would be more money beyond that, depending upon the success of the film, that would be one thing. But she didn't have that. So it sucks. I know, like to sadly say, I did this movie and all of a sudden it exploded the way it did. Ooh, because you're taking a gamble. You know, she didn't gamble on that. So, you know. No, BV. It's not that Curry doesn't have that kind of authority. That's not where it goes. The production companies. Now, if Curry was in charge of the only production company and he was the one at the top and he fronted the $750,000 out of his own pocket, he could do that or he could be a douche. But if there are production companies that were on top of that, on top of Obsession, that were like Curry may have put in his own money as a producer, his other guys may have done that as well. But if they went production companies, they're going to get the lion's share. Too many times you hear about actors making so much money, but they really don't. I remember Bill Paxton. Bill Paxton was talking about a movie when he did the movie Frailty. He got paid. His paycheck was $8 million. It was $8 million for Frailty. After all expenses and everything that went into that, his take home was $200K. Okay, and that's on a big budget studio film. So it comes down, and when you're talking about indies, there's the people who make it happen. They're gonna get the lion's share. So, and it's not. I mean, it's business. I know it's. I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you, BB. It's business, and it sucks. Okay, it does, but it's a gamble that Curry took. If he was the lion's share, let me actually look into this. So let's see. So the Director of Curry Barker was produced by T-Shop Productions, Capstone Studios, Under the Shell, and Blumhouse. I guarantee that Blumhouse got the most of that because they're the biggest name in there. They got the most of that. Under the Shell, Capstone, and T-Shop. Which one does Curry own? Under the Shell is an entity associated with Curry Barker and his collaborator, Cooper Tomlinson. Capstone is a global independent production and finance entity that partnered to fund the picture. T-Shop was a British production company founded by James Harris and Mark Lane that specializes in discovering emerging talent and financing elevated low-budget genre films. And then Blumhouse, which likely... And they got Jason Blum as an executive producer on that. That's an executive producer credit and a partner on the film. Jason Blum got a lot of that. Okay, so Jason Blum got a lot of that. Blumhouse Productions got a lot of that because that's a big name to get attached to that. And then Under the Shell, Under the Shell will get some. Capstone will get some, and T-Shop will get some. So there's probably wasn't a lot, but it doesn't matter. She wasn't contractually obligated to get any more than she did. That's how it goes. Same thing happened on the Blair Witch Project. Okay, the amount of money that movie made. And You know, they got the recognition they got recognition for their success of their film, but they weren't contractually obligated to get anything more. And there was no agreement in the contract to reassess should the movie explode, which happens. I know it doesn't seem, I know in many eyes it would not be fair. It's not fair, you know, but there's a lot of people on that crew, and she's the only one kicking up noise because the other people on the crew understand that this is the business. Luckily, their name is attached to a massive production, and that will help them to get better jobs going down the line, which is how this industry has always worked. So, if she wants to get paid more money, she needs to make her own movie and get it produced and get it out there and have it explode and be the same thing. I mean, the industry's dog eat dog. Okay? It really is. So, I mean, I know it doesn't seem right, or it's not fair. I know that you would likely be more generous were you in Curry's position, but, you know, the business is the business. And the money that he made will be able to go into his next productions. So that effectively, as far as a business goes, the money he made on that is probably already spent because it's already going into pre-production on his next feature. I would say that. Probably it went into... With the success of that, I think his next one is Anything But Ghosts is his next one. And so literally the money that he made on that was probably already spent on that one. So it's a weird segue. But Cindy Johnson, thank you for bringing that up. That's an important thing. It's a big thing in the industry. I think she got what was agreed to. She was paid her contractual obligation. Nobody is in breach. So, and she should be grateful. I mean, be grateful that she got that because there's a lot of people out there who don't. They get stiffed. So
Canada was this close to becoming, and Canada, we could argue, is a pretty free place. It was this close. The UK is this close. Australia is this close. I moved to America because of your First Amendment. Okay. The second you remove your First Amendment, dude, we as people, whether we like to admit this, are bad people. We are selfish individuals. If there is no law and order and border and morality, we will do bad things.
Humans are trash, and the only thing keeping us not being trash is Christianity. This guy is garbage.
No, he just put that on law, technically, as far as I saw. And apparently it's earthly punishment. Apparently keeps people in line.
Yeah.
None of that actually was any punishment about an afterlife. There's nothing about a god or an edict attached to there. Apparently it's actually the law about here that seems to matter, that we vote on democratically by majority of, you know, the representatives.
Yeah.
I guess, was God required in the creation of the First Amendment?
Of the First Amendment?
Like, I don't...
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I don't necessarily think it's like...
No, it wasn't. No, it was not. It's a secular notion. Freedom, literally, the establishment and the Establishment Clause and the... what's the other one? Andrew, I'm brain farting. The Free Exercise Clause. The Establishment Clause and the Free Exercise Clause. That is secular in notion. That's not Christian in notion. That's secular. The freedom to believe and practice what you believe or not to do so. Freedom of religion is also freedom from religion. That's the point. That is entirely secular.
Well, regardless, the people, again, I don't know, I'm not super good on American history, but I know the people...
You ain't super good on anything, dude.
He's not wrong. He's just underestimating
how wrong he is.
His lack of capability.
Yeah, First Amendment defies the First Commandment. It absolutely does. It's, you know, where is he getting this nonsense?
People who signed the Declaration, the vast majority of them were Christian.
Yeah.
It's undeniable.
No, the vast majority of them were deist. And as a matter of fact, there were individuals in that had to stop the Christian-minded ones from putting their fucking terminology in the documentation. They had to remove it. Adams was a serious problem. I keep wanting to put God in there. No, shut up.
That this is a Christian framework. Freedom of speech, I would say yes, because Jesus doesn't want, like, this is such a good question. People say, yeah, but we have separation of church and state. That's a Christian concept. Jesus...
You know,
It-
get your point in first.
It is. He actually is right on that. So, like the separation of church and state is something that is espoused. So he's not wrong on that one, but that's been so lost in the mix. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's funny how they try to fall onto those specific little items as talking points. But the irony is, he talks about the founding being on Christian values, right? Now, aside from the fact that you said that there is no explicit mention of God,
Right,
of it, or any particular faith in any of those articles, but we have to remember what those are. Now, he just wants to lay claim to basically all of history as being beholden to him, right? These are Christian values. Now, he's referring to amendments, which are corrections to the first fuck up.
right.
It's like, when we drafted this document, there were some tragic oversights. And the tragic oversight is, you motherfuckers think you're going to get to overstep. We're going to have to do something about that. So this is them going, we might have to do something about those Christians. And that's why there's an amendment.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't say that you get to take credit for all the law as they're trying to fix the fuck up.
Hey, do me a giant favor. Can you take over for a second? I've got to use the restroom.
Absolutely.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I think you got control over it. You can hit play.
I believe I can. I will see how this works. This is gonna be fun. All right, where are we?
You can do it from the screen or from the bottom panel.
This doesn't want.
Yeah, there we go.
Ooh, look at wow. You say power corrupts. Absolute power is kind of neat, or nominal. I may have attained nominal. Thank you for nominal. I've now found a new niche. Let's see where he goes quickly.
I'm going to grab you by the neck. This is not Islam. So I'm going to grab you by the neck and say, I'm going to kill or convert you. There's free will. You don't have to be Christian, dude. So I would say out of that stems freedom of speech.
Sure.
I would hope so. And if it's not freedom of speech, then let's look at the opposite. Let's say it's atheism. Just look at the highest atheistic countries are communist countries. There's
Highest atheist countries are communist countries. Least religious. Let's see. Apparently East Asia and Europe. Europe is on that list. European countries. Imagine that. Czech Republic. Nope. Sweden. Nope. Japan. Not communist either. Yep. Okay. Let's see. Estonia. Not communist. Netherlands. Not communist. United Kingdom. Also not communist. Norway. Wow. So, yeah, China, I suppose, is communist, and they still have religion. So he went for a populist thing here. Meanwhile, the least religious countries are littered with places like the Czech Republic, Sweden, Japan, Estonia. For the tiny population they are, Estonia's chief export is supermodels, and I approve entirely. That and a few other goods. Yeah, but let's see where he goes.
You mean hit play?
Oh,
no freedom of speech. If I was to do this, I would be put in jail.
Sure. Again, I think it's unfortunate that that happens in those countries, but I don't think that has to be the case across, I guess, any or all countries based in atheism.
So give me an example then where there's a full atheist country
Right, I
where
don't have one.
there was already, and this is what I was saying. Give me an example where there's a full atheistic country, and I know people are going to say Scandinavian.
Whoa. Name me one. I want quantity one. Can anybody show me a quantity one all atheist country? Does anybody in the audience have a sample?
So I know that in China and North Korea, those are officially state atheist governments. They're like entirely like secular in that respect. Nations like Sweden, the Czech Republic, and Japan are heavily secular, boasting some of the highest populations of non-religious and atheist citizens in the world. I'm curious what the rest of his question is. Like, show me. We can name countries that have secular governments that are like totally secular governments, or have extremely high population density of non-believers. Now, Lee Johnson, I see you in the chat there. If you're just going to spout nonsense, I mean, if you have something you want to defend, come on up here. Okay? Coming up on the stage. But if you're just going to spam, the mods are going to handle you.
Countries, okay, but that doesn't count because they have the framework, again, of a Christian.
We got somebody in the Discord. Soldier. Just letting you know, we're currently live on YouTube. If you're interested in joining the stream, if you're a believer, you want to talk about what you believe and why, the link is in the side chat. So this Discord room is really kind of like to funnel people towards that, towards the live stream. That's where we're having the conversations. Yeah. Because I'm engaging with the audience over here. They wouldn't be able to hear anything you're saying. No problem. If you want, on the link to the live chat is the link to the live stream is sitting in the side. You could watch from there if you wanted to. So
System. Sure. Now we're America's secular now, but it's so hypocritical because they had the framework of a Christian system.
No, they didn't. It was a secular system from the jump. This guy's a liar. And it wouldn't be hypocrisy. It would just be a shifting of, even if it were true, it wouldn't be hypocrisy. It would just be a shifting of values.
So if there was a full atheist country that had moral values similar to ours that was separate from God, would you still claim that it had a religious framework?
That's a great question. I would be very impressed, and I would have to look at that more. I would say that their religion ultimately becomes, it's just dictatorship, bro.
No, it's not.
Well, remember, we're also able to become gods, and this apparently now represents what a religion is.
How's it going, John? We're talking to believers about what they believe and why in the live stream. The link for it is in the side chat. Yeah. Cool. Oh, we may have a conversation coming up. Let's find out.
As a Protestant room mod.
Ooh, I'd love to be able to.
Lenin is the god. Well, who would be?
Lenin was not the god. What the shit?
That, I guess.
But then I'm confused then, because atheism is no god. What would be that god then?
Does there have to be?
No, there doesn't have to be, and that's why I'm saying that god would be the dictator who calls the shots. It's not an actual entity god, but you get what I'm saying.
Sure.
Who's in position is now their new god. Atheism, when we...
No, that's not how that operates. That's not how that works. It's like, what is this nonsense?
We move away from the God, we become our own lowercase g God. I call the shots, I do what I want, my morality is this. Oh, rape this, yeah, whatever, that's fine. Abortion, oh, whatever. And again, I know the majority of people don't think that, but you have no justification as explaining as why you don't believe it.
Sure we do, because it's all about the goals that we identify. It's about referencing our stances and the goals that we want to accomplish. That's the justification. I want to accomplish this goal. That's the is I want to accomplish this goal. This is the goal in mind. It is the case that I have this goal. To accomplish that goal, I ought do this. So it's not hard.
That's the problem. It's not that you can't. You can think murder is wrong.
Sure.
But so what?
No, it's whether or not you think homicide is wrong. Murder is definitionally wrong because it's built into into the legal definition of it. It's a legal term. If you're talking about homicide, Whether or not that's wrong is entirely subjective.
I think it's right. What are you going to say?
I would say that you're wrong.
You wouldn't say, no, because you couldn't say that murder is right. You'd have to say that justifiable homicide is right, because it would be justified in your eyes. This guy is an idiot.
And then
on
I
what
would tell you
standard,
why I
though?
think you would
Go for it.
argue
What?
right. So
Where does that come from? That's a lot of atheists
yeah,
don't even believe in
that's-
consciousness. That doesn't work for them.
What? Back that up.
I would
What
tell you
standard,
why I
though?
think you would
Go for it.
argue
What?
right. So
Where does that come from? That's a lot of atheists
yeah,
don't even believe in
that's-
consciousness. That doesn't
A lot of atheists don't even believe in consciousness.
work for them. We're matter in motion.
okay.
No, I'm not when I mean I'm talking in general.
Right.
The majority of atheists is matter in motion. If you can't see it, I mean, some atheists, agnostics believe in consciousness, but even that, I would say God creates his law in our conscience, which allows us to know, and that's biblical, what is right
Which is still begging the question. He still has not defended his position at all.
and wrong. From the atheistic worldview, what if I don't have that? In fact, a lot of rapists and a lot of pedophiles and a lot of the serial killers, they didn't have that.
Right.
No, they did. They just had one. They just had systems that differed from your own, or they were like literally psychologically ill, or they were mentally ill, and they were incapable of these things. We understand this stuff. You'd be surprised how many serial killers believe in the existence of a god.
No.
But a lot of those rapists and pedophiles are also within the
Yes, they were. Oh, I like this kid. I like this kid in the back.
church and also believers.
So okay, first and foremost, who says they're believers? And two, just because someone's
They claim they're believers. It's in their own words. Dennis Rader, the BTK murderer, was a deacon in his church. He was a devout believer.
in a church, like I'm not in a church, are you born again? They're fallible men. Like if I
Oh, so no true Christian. Okay.
butcher Beethoven and I don't know how to play piano, is that my fault or Beethoven's fault? That would be my fault.
That would be your fault, but under what
So where does Jesus say? Where does no? I don't care about man. Where does Jesus say go with little kids?
no.
I know you're not saying that, but like, so what, dude? Like,
Really? Well, the Bible says that. Jesus never said it, unless he's just going by Jesus plus. He's not going for the Bible in its entirety. So if he's just going off like the notions of Jesus, that's going to be problematic.
I can pretend I'm a Christian. Then
He's cherry picking his version of the religion, which is not a version that everybody holds to.
go kill everyone and say I'm a Christian.
Right.
What's the source?
But you're not.
The Bible would be the source.
I'm not a
You're
Christian.
not
I'm just
behaving as a Christian.
absolutely. In fact, Jesus says if you offend one of these little ones, it's better for you to kill yourself. He says tie a millstone around your neck and drown in the ocean.
Right.
So a lot of atheists, or not just atheists, people will say, yeah, but what about these churches? That's an appeal to authority. I would condemn that too.
How's it going, Dev Null? Currently doing a live stream on YouTube talking to believers about what they believe and why. If you're interested in having a conversation, the link is in the side chat.
Go back to the source.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good though. These are good. You guys keep going.
Thank you.
Dude, you were really smart. I really liked you, man. Do you
Thank
have the YouTube channel?
I do not have a YouTube
Okay,
channel.
no, the YouTube. Yeah, I would just
Oh.
say
He already gave him a card.
Sorry.
take it, bro. Yeah. All right, guys, that is it. Thank you.
That was trash. That was complete and total trash. So I can remove that from the studio. Be done with that. Wow. Thank you, Jared Reed. I appreciate getting to tear that shit apart. And I can actually get rid of that. Atheist versus Christian. Delete that shit. Oof. That was rough. That dude was awful. He said he's a pure Christian, not in a denomination, so he's in a cult of one. Yeah, non-denominational is pretty much a denomination in and of itself. So hopefully we might have somebody come by. Hoping for another conversation before we call it for the night. So about the 4.5 hour mark is where we're at, and I know we had some excellent super chats come through, and got to see if I would burn my face off with this spicy hot salsa. But I tell you what, these chips, Julio should pay me. These chips are amazeballs. I'm gonna have some more. I'm gonna try some more. This is free, so.
You know, ironically, normally the chips are just a carrier for the condiments.
Right.
But this is the reverse in your case. Like the condiments are the excuse to have the chips you love.
Excuse to keep having the chips.
I'm just getting like the order of precedence in proper check here. Perspective counts.
Oh. Come on, Lee. Come up on stage. Defend your position.
I'll bet it's missionary.
D the Dubs, good to see you. Whew, that's spicy. It hits hard, it hits fast, and it hits hard at the start. But then it kind of fades pretty quick. So, doesn't hold on for long. Either that or like my sense of taste is so dulled that it just doesn't last long. I know for 100% my wife could not eat this.
I don't think I would have a second.
She would go, She'd be very mad at me if I gave this to her. And didn't tell her how hot it was. You know, I've heard so much about this skeleton boy, or the skeleton guy who's apparently popped into a whole bunch of these types of streams. Heard a whole bunch about this guy. He's never come over here. Anybody else familiar with him? I'd love to be able to have a conversation with him. Under the covers, in the dark, with his socks on and no foreplay. The only legal smecks in North Carolina. That's true. She does know where I sleep. Short-lived, rude, insulting, and stupid. Seems to have a sense of humor, though, so I don't know. Yeah, there's a couple of people I wish would come by, a couple of regulars.
That's the nostalgia kicking in again.
Right.
Yeah.
Or how I'd like to have a conversation with Grace again. Haven't seen Grace in forever.
Yeah, it feels like about a month. A solid month.
See where Grace stands. See if she has any evidence or anything to present.
I've still got that last infographic, by way of marker board. I want to have that line erased. I'm still waiting for it. Feeling unfulfilled.
Yeah. Well, I do want to let if anybody in the light, if we do have any believers here in the chat, you're more than welcome to come up on stage. The link is pinned there in the side chat in the live chat. It's down there at the bottom. After a quick tech check, we can bring you up and you can present your evidence or your argument or whatever you want. Or if you have questions for us, I'd be more than happy to engage that way. We've already had one decent conversation today. I hope we get another one. I'd love to have more. And we did a review of a pretty terrible street preacher who, if I can find, where he's at, I would love to, track him down and have a conversation with him. See where that dude is. From his channel, it looks like he's on the same campus, like every time. Yeah, or either that, or he's clipped these out of like longer sessions. Let me see here. Those, though, some of the trees in his background, that looks somewhere on the West Coast. I think he's West Coast. I'd have to try and identify something in his background. See if I can see where he's at. See what campus he's on. What is that? What campus? Oh, I can see campus flags in the background. Let's see. Skip that shit. I'm not seeing. I don't know. Let me see something real quick. I'm going to do... Yeah, that's true, Earl. Yeah. Grace is kind of growing on me. Her dad is vile, though. I agree with that sentiment. Big time. Let me do this. I'm going to do some of my sleuthing and see if I can identify where this is at. I think I've something. Let me see here. And doing a little sleuthing. Yeah. Yes. Whoa, yo. Yeah. We're talking about Grace Thorpe. Last conversation I had with her was pretty fascinating. I will say that. Let me see here. Picture. And let me go to here. Let me see what we can ascertain from this image. You don't know it's campaign now.
Hold on. I got an idea.
You think you found him?
No, I think I got an idea of how to find him.
Huh.
Go back to that white van and let's see if there's writing on it.
Oh, that's a good point. Oh, dang it.
Yeah, let's speed track through.
Hang on a sec.
I got an idea.
Hang on a second. Let me go back here. There we go. Where did that white van? There we go. Okay, white van. It's a UTSA van. UTSA. That's the only thing on. Wait, one sec. University of... Oh, yeah, I think you're right. It was in Texas. Let me blow this up. University of Texas at San Antonio. That was a good call.
I told you he was a sharpshooter.
Hang on a sec. University of Texas at San Antonio. Sure as shit. There it is. Yep, and that's the banners I was looking at. There were blurry versions of the banners that I picked up that they were just way out of focus, so I wasn't able to determine what school it was. UTSA Roadrunners, University of Texas at San Antonio. That's where that's where a lot of these are posted up. Damn, I have to go down to San Antonio.
Winner, chicken dinner.
I don't want to go to San Antonio. I don't want to have to go all the way to San Antonio, but it could be fun. I'd have to go. Someone would have to come with me, so I would have to be. I'd have to. Someone. Oh, I wonder if I could get Johnny to come with me. No, I don't think he has the time to go down to SA. I don't think he really does, because that's from where Johnny's at. That's I think that's like a 3.5 hour drive. I know it's 4 hours from Dallas to Austin, so. That's right. It's not stalking. It's detective work. Hey, Krigoro, good to see you. Here's the sun rising. I'm with a hot coffee and hope your day was good. Day is going good, yeah. Going good so far. I'm hoping we can get one more conversation in. Like I said, we're at the 4.5 hour mark. We've already done a video review, and we've had one conversation before that. I had some people stop by the live chat or stop by the room in Discord, but trying to get people to come over and be on the stage. Hey, Objective Ethics, good to see you. Having a good evening so far, or it's pretty much night now. It's at 10:30 at night where I am. Let's see. Are there any of the other big channels? Are they still live? Is the line still live? Because I know they went live at the same time that I did. Let me see.
Yeah, I think DZ went live quite a few hours earlier.
Yeah.
I
Let's
got
see
his
here.
notification.
Oh, Planet Peterson's calling out Vsauce. That's impressive. No, not seeing it. Wait a second. Is the line still live? Nope, they're not live. Deconstruction Zone is not live. So it looks like it's just me at the moment. Mezzo is on, apparently. And still haven't heard anything from that Robert guy who wanted to formally debate me. Hopefully we'll get that sorted, get that set up. We would like to make that happen. Well, we did a review. We had one conversation. And I don't want to sit here and vamp for half an hour or like eat more salsa to entertain people because it's not burning my face off. So we're good to go there. And we haven't gotten anybody from the Discord to come in. I can put the feelers out one more time.
More complimentary poking of the bear.
Oh, delete that. Delete that.
What is it?
Pretty much. See if I can get somebody over. We'll hit there. We'll do it one more swing through. No,
masses are sheepish.
They apparently are. Feminism equals extinction? That's fucked. Like that. Love to get Ed J in here. Just learn about God nonsense. Teach me about God. And Christian chat. It's got to be somebody. I'm completely banned from the 24/7 flat Earth room. I don't have permission to send messages in there. That makes me sad. I can't troll them.
You really should, be a little kinder to them. I mean, they've got support all around the globe.
No reason to be. Yeah, no, I agree with that one. Indian Native advice. Thank you so much, Jay Money. Appreciate that for gifting 5 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Jay. You rock. Joe Rogers just says, jail come prove atheism. Atheism is my personal position. I do not believe that any god or gods exist. I'm not convinced of the proposition. So either whether you say I'm proving it by being an atheist.
You did read the name, right?
Yes, I know who it is, but he knows this.
I know.
He knows this. It's a person. He knows. Like, what is he doing? Come on. Come on, son. Come on, son.
Apparently.
Then I win, get wrecked, nerd. Absolutely fucking dominated. I remember my days in the God's Not Real room. I remember my days. I know the man still got it going on. He's rocking it. Where's it at? God's Not Real, prove me wrong. I think that's what the name is. It's never changed. God ain't real. God ain't real, prove me wrong. You can't prove shit. We ain't found shit. All these little echo chamber theists who don't want to defend their position. This is true. Defeated everyone. Crushed them all. under the heel of your rationalism, under the heel of linguistics. That's how you get them, Joe. Under the heel of linguistics. All right. Well, unfortunately, it didn't look like we were going to pick up that dude who popped by. I was hoping he would, and we'd be able to have a conversation. So many lukewarm Christians. That's what that is. Lukewarm Christians. But I guess we may be winding down. We did at least have one conversation that was decent. I'd love to see some of the atheist channel hosts hopping into the religion chats, honestly and openly, not trolling. But if things are really slow, perhaps it's time to go to them. So there's only one that I'm vaguely interested in, and that's needgod.net. The problem is that the issue that I have over there for the size of that is, let me go ahead and turn this down a little bit, is that they're not in a position, the way that show is structured is not in a position to have the conversations that need to be had. And that I've seen them essentially kind of like ramrod around people's criticisms. Like if I would ask a question, then he answered it like if I answered a question, the answer he gave me never addressed the question that I asked. Me pushing back on them does not go over well. And so the guy over there, Ryan, needs to be in a position where he doesn't have mod powers, nor does he have a crew to control what people are saying. That would be the issue. So car ramrod. I'm sorry, I forgot. So that's my issue with that one. I'd love to have a car. He does do an open panel thing where you can go in and you can talk to him. He has to select you. So you come in and you basically wait in a queue, and he has to like get to you like other shows do. And I'm pretty sure, and I got skipped the last time I was in there. I was in there, and there were like 3 people after me, and we had to tell him like an idea of like what we were going to ask, and he completely bypassed me and went to people with far easier questions. He went to he skipped me and went to another Christian who wanted some clarification on something in scripture, and I was like, really? I've been here for like half an hour, and he's like, what the hell is this? It's like, well, you just come earlier, and maybe he'll get to you. He's like, no, I don't think he's honest. He's not intellectually honest in any way, and I don't know what it would serve me to go in there and just get muted. That's why I'd rather have a conversation with him when he doesn't have mod powers. So, yeah, exactly. Oh, Dean called me an idiot. Expose sin and evil. Well, bring it. All right. I don't think he'll show up. It just got another keyboard warrior. He just wants to like run his mouth. So we'll just leave it at that. Oh, it's Andrew. Sorry, I was typing quick. I hate leaving dead air.
No, that was him. He did that.
No, it was me.
Dean. No, Dean.
Oh, you're
an idiot.
Oh, you're an idiot. Oh. You're and it didn't say you're an idiot. No, it's you're a idiot. So his grammar is wrong all over the place. I doubt he will. He just came into he just popped over here to pop off. That's all he did.
I'd smack him with a thesaurus, but he'd just tell me that it's not in the fossil record.
Oh, come on. Where are you? Where are you? Come on, Dean. Where'd he go?
He's currently in voice on Exposed Sin and Evil.
Oh, there he is. I see him. Oh, and he's muted and deafened.
We got a real winner here.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think we've lost anything in this this exchange.
Ah. You're an idiot. You are blocked and banned. Oh, what a crybaby.
Crash out is real, baby.
The crash out is real. I didn't even talk to him.
He was just like looking for a wall to go headlong into. I guess he's one of those fans of the idea that there's no such thing as bad press, and any attention is more than he gets from mommy and daddy.
Oh. No, nothing there. Jesus was Mexican. That's funny. No, not seeing anybody, which is a shame. Debate bro. Yeah, I guess it's that'd probably be it. I didn't get any feelers, and I don't want people to be stuck here hanging around while I'm hoping for somebody to come up on stage. So, I guess we're at 4:50, just before the 5-hour mark on the stream. So I think this is a good point. A good point. Had some fun. Did some spicy spicy salsa stuff. I'm sorry that it wasn't more explosive, that it wasn't so hot that I was like dying. So it wasn't more entertaining than it was. It was spicy, I'll give you that, but it wasn't like stop me in my tracks. But I want to say thank you to everybody who has been here. It's been I think a pretty decent stream. Had a good breakdown, good video review, and a decent conversation before that. And appreciate all the super chats and the super thanks and the super stickers and all your guys' support. You make this possible, not to mention all the brand new members. So if you want to be a member, if you want to support the channel here, it's 99 cents a month. That's how much I value my content. And you get all the custom emojis and, of course, the channel badge. So appreciate that support. I couldn't do this without all of you. Be sure to hit that like button or the dislike if you didn't like it. Or, of course, of course, leave a comment because it helps to drive us in the algorithm. And, of course, if you haven't yet, consider hitting the subscribe button if you like seeing this kind of stuff. As a matter of fact, and I have to bring it up because I can't not. If I go to my studio, studio 23 away from 15K. 23 away from 15K. So I'm narrowing it down. The video that I just dropped helped. So, and I hope you enjoyed the video that I just dropped. New content coming up soon. I think Tuesdays are going to be my drop days, sandwiched by my live stream, sandwiched by the Stage of Reason. So, you got anything going on, Andrew?
No, the usual. That's consistent on this side.
Cool. Also, spam is correct. I am scheduled to moderate a debate over on the 19th, this Friday, over at Skeptic Haven. We'll be moderating a debate over there, and should be fun. Definitely pop over there. But check out Skeptic Haven. Be sure to throw them a subscribe if you haven't yet. We have some good conversations as a part of the Thought Experiment series. So maybe I'll see you all over there. I'll just be moderating, so it won't be me. And so I'll be just chilling back, doing my thing. I got my little script, and I'm good to go. Other than that, I think we're in good shape. So once again, giant thank you to everybody. I appreciate everybody being here. And the next one's going to be on Sunday, Stage of Reason. And, of course, new content coming up soon on Tuesdays. And I think we're in good shape. So, as always, I am JL. This has been the Stage of Reason here at Bridge of the Divide. As always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together, we can bridge the divide. And I'll probably figure out the TikTok thing soon. I'll make that happen. I will, I promise. Bye. Say bye, Andrew.